Yeah.
Spring girl, how are you? Victor, I finished my tea. That's a corner people can cover. Let him see where he can quickly run out. Yes, I'm going to be.
If I want to record, where do I record? I had a recording in progress here. What you are doing is trial by error.
Do not worry about recording. We are recording it immediately after the training. We are going to send a link of the whole day recording to everybody. So be rest assured that you are covered in that regard. Don't bother about that. We'll see to that. Good morning, everybody. Delighted to have every one of us online. It's a pleasure to have every one of us online. Program will start at exactly 9 o'clock. And what we have on the agenda for 9 o'clock is where we just begin to do introduction and national anthem. By 9:10, the president will give his opening remark. By 9:15, we'll have the what they call it. We are going to have the BOT chairman give a speech. And by 9:20, I will do an introduction of faculty and the participants. And of course, the first lecture will be given by 9:30 a.m. by Dr. Victor Adesina. It promises to be a very roller coaster. We will ensure it follows time. I understand everybody is a busy.
No, say yesterday. I talk say yesterday.
Hello.
Yes, once again, let me welcome everybody to this event. This is 9 on the dot. I want to welcome you to this special induction training. I will give an update and a brief on how and why we decided on this particular name for this event. This is 9 on the dot, and I promised us that we'll all start by 9 o'clock. On the norm, we should do into the general introduction by everybody, but looking at the number of people that have been involved, I will just do a quick one. So once again, welcome this morning. I want to welcome everybody to this special induction. I want to recognize the presence of everybody online. You are all distinguished personalities. Among this training today, we have people who, ranging from security sector officers to chiefs, kings, professors, doctors, students, and of course, those that are into the civil society organization. We also have among us some people from the Institute of Taxation who have seen the need to promote peace, learn about peace, and inculcate peace into practices that they also offer. So like I said, it's a very rich combination of participants with very senior professors, very senior doctors, very senior people in the practice field. Those that have up to 10, 20 years experience in peace intervention. We are seeing everybody online today. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You pardon me, I muted everybody for the sake of for us to have a level of, decorum. Because if every one of us are speaking at the same time, we may end up having multiple voices and we will not be able to hear ourselves accordingly. First of all, let me see, Mr. President is online. Yes, he's online. We'll start this morning. I think before we start, let me just give the next 5 minutes if possible. Can everybody you could unmute yourself, introduce yourself, if possible, 20 seconds. Let me start by saying, my name is Larry Yusuf. I am a faculty member of the Department of Religions and Peace Studies, Lagos State University, Ojo, and I second as the Secretary General of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. I have done that in less than 10 seconds. So I don't know if we can quickly do that introduction. If possible, in the next 4 or 5 minutes, everybody would have done it. So please go ahead. A quick introduction before we start. Thank you. Then we'll do the national anthem. I hope I'm audible.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Alimot Afe. Hello. From National Open University, Abuja. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Next person.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, ma.
So don't worry, like
Good morning, sir.
Morning, ma. Please go ahead. Morning, ma. We can hear you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Good morning, sir.
good morning. My name is Ejimola. I'm a banker.
Sir, you
And I work
sir. Hello, sir. Please, can you recapitulate? We could really hear you.
okay. My name is Ejimola Olutoyin. I'm a banker and I work as a compliance manager. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can we have more people
Morning,
introduce
sir.
themselves? Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. We can hear you. You are very audible, sir.
Oh, okay, sir. My name is Charles Mbalisi. I'm a legal practitioner and from the Department of Peace and Conflict Resolution, National Open University. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sama.
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
Okay,
You are
okay.
very audible.
I'm Professor Tunji Aziz. I'm the Dean of School of Tourism, Film, Performing Arts, and Cultural Studies at Lagos State University. I also work in the area of conflict resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Momo Olubenga. I'm a director in the Federal Ministry of Youth Development, and I'm a youth development officer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, you are one of those that we indeed believe we also need. We are very happy to have you on board.
Thank you.
More
Good morning,
introduction,
sir.
please go ahead. I'll stop introduction in the next 2 minutes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
My name is Bada Boyega Olasheni.
Morning, sir. We can hear you, sir.
My name is Boyega Bada Olasheni.
Okay, sir.
Department of Peace,
Okay, sir.
Security, and Humanitarian Studies, University of Ibadan.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. We are happy to have you on board.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, ma.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, ma.
My name is Annette Nkechi Asura of the Department of Peace Studies and Conflict Studies, University of State University of Nasarawa State University, Kefi.
Kefi. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Good to have you on board, ma. Very good to have you on board.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, ma.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, ma.
I'm Lois Adeshoko, a 30 years of peace and peace studies at Lagos State University.
Okay, ma. Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Well, sir, is this introduction we are doing? Because I just came in, sir. Good morning, sir.
Please go ahead with your introduction, sir.
Okay. Hello.
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry. Good morning, all. My name is Isiaku Mohammed Yakubu, sir. Hello.
Okay, sir. We can hear you, sir.
I'm here at Jigawa State, Sulalami University. I'm a part-time lecturer.
Okay, sir. Thank you. It's good to have you on board. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. For now, please permit me, everyone, to suspend the introduction because, like I told you earlier, one of the major things that we believe in is also to try as much as possible to keep to time to help us to put things in perspective. So we can now have the national anthem. Okay, can we take the national anthem? Can we all unmute and take our national anthem, please? 1, 2, go. Nigeria,
We healthy are on their fatherland. Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are doing only the first stanza, and the third stanza is the one we sing when eventually we bring the program to a close. Thank you very much once again, everyone. Good morning. If you look at your timetable, now we have an opening remark by Mr. President, Mr. Natalia Kawapila, SPSP. Mr. President, sir, you have the floor.
Is it?
Mr. President, is he online?
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Larry. Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, you are taking your opening remarks now, sir.
You can hear me. Thank you. Thank you. I want to very respectfully acknowledge everybody that is here. I just resisted the urge to ask Dr. Larry to let everybody continue with the introduction because I thought everybody deserved to have the opportunity, but I understand we'll have the opportunity to, as the program continues, to make sure everybody is duly acknowledged. I want to acknowledge and appreciate every person here. I recognize the eminent professors that are here with us, directors of federal agencies, senior security personnel, heads of international non-profit organizations, and other leaders at the community level. You are very warmly welcome to the induction ceremony today that will follow after a very robust training session to be led by eminent members of the society today. I bring you warm greetings from the National Working Committee of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, the Board of Trustees, under the chairmanship of Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro, who is not able to join us today because of competing schedules on his part. I bring you warm regards from the acting chairperson of the Board of Fellows of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, the Central Working Committee of the Society, and all eminent fellows and members of the Society all over the world. Today is another special day for us in the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. Between the month of July and today, this marks the third induction that the Society is organizing. Back at the Nigeria Defense Academy, when we had our recent international conference, we had a number of respected members of the society in the academia and the practice joined the society. And only a couple of weeks ago, we inducted another about 50-something members of the National Institute for Security Studies. The lowest in rank were deputy directors and people from about 5 different countries who are in the process of completing their programs there. So we had about 55 precisely of those very respected men and women join the society that day. And today we have about 64 of you joining us in the nonprofit sector, the security sector, the donor community, the academic community, and those of you who are in charge of planning and implementing policies at the national level and some at the international level. We celebrate you for making this choice, especially for colleagues that are coming from the sector that ordinarily people think has nothing to do with peace building. Those from the Chartered Institute of Taxation, that have made a choice to become members of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, I think that reveals how much people understand the centrality of peace building. Because if all of us in our various sectors will commit to contributing to peace in our institutions, in our communities, and at the country level and internationally, certainly the country will be a better place. And so while we welcome you to today's induction, I also celebrate you and hope that we have the kind of experience you're all looking forward to today. In the event that the Board of Trustees chairman is not able to join us at the time scheduled for him, I'd like to ask that we keep his slot open. Whenever he's able to join us in the course of the day, we'll be very happy to have him. While we look forward to the sessions beginning today, I want to thank every facilitator that is going to train today. These are veterans in the field of peace building. Some of them have been doing this for 30+ years. Some of them have done this nationally, internationally. Some have done it globally. And they're bringing their experience, their wealth of experience and expertise to bear today. For those that are joining the society today that are already professors, especially those that the dean, we have a dean from the last to joining us, this is more of a process. But we appreciate that you all are willing to be part of this process and become members of the society. And I assure you that we're not just looking for people that will join the society. To your level
Hello,
of
system
resources. In the lots of work that we are invited to do nationally and internationally. So I thank you very much, and I hope that we all enjoy this session. You know, if I try to acknowledge everybody, I'm likely to miss somebody, but I'm also seeing there are politicians here with us, some of who have served as special advisors to their state government. Some have served as legislators. I'm seeing them, as some I'm able to recognize. We welcome you all. I think what this does for us, it shows how much we, diverse the backgrounds we're coming in from. And I hope that after this session, you will, be added to the various platforms we have. And please do feel welcome to engage. Feel welcome to offer your expertise. Feel welcome to ask us to engage with you in the various works that you do. We hope that you find this a fulfilling experience. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. May God bless us all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to acknowledge the presence of our the moderator of the day is moderating. My job here is just to do one or two introduction, but he does other things as a special. That is, I want us to represent the presence of the veteran, Dr. Muhammad Abubakar, whose voice we all hear on NTA in those days. Dr. Muhammad Abubakar, we are welcome, sir. You'll be in charge of you'll be moderating the sessions, doing the transitions from one program to the other, from each of the programs. I appreciate your presence here. I like Dr. Kudu Muhammad Abubakar. Is he still online? I want to hand over to him now. Okay, now the next thing on the agenda is just introduce the faculty. The VOC is currently not on the call. Once he joins the call, I will give him the opportunity to speak to us. But for now, let me just quickly do introduction of faculty, and after that, we'll go straight to the business of the day. We are not delaying anything at all. We are going straight to the business of the day. Let me first of all this morning tell us about those that will be speaking. The first person that will be speaking to us today is Associate Professor Victor Adesina. He's a veteran in peace. He's a veteran in conflict, community engagement, especially the domestication of ADR at the level of the traditional at the traditional level. He believes so much in propagating peace right there from the cradle, and he is a lecturer at Babcock University in Iremo. Dr. Victor will be taking our first slide today, which will be on conflict prevention and overview of ADR. Yes, he will be doing that very shortly. He will be doing that very shortly. Next, we have Dr. Stephen Ademola Faleti. Dr. Faleti is when it comes to issues of training on peace building. He is a veteran trainer. He's been training with the United Nations. He's trained with the UNDP, United Nations Development, UNDP for peace. He has been also involved with. He's been one of the faculty members of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. He's been on faculty of boards of several security sector engagement. He's a doctor of environmental studies at the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ibadan. Next, we have Dr. Willie Eselebo. Dr. Willie Eselebo is an expert on evaluation and monitoring. In fact, he is one of these unconventional federal committees of the federal government, especially on issues of migration and issues of customs and immigration all the way. He's currently even in a meeting with one of the he's currently in a state to have a high state meeting with one of the governors of Nigeria. And when it comes to issues of peace, he's one of the veterans that we have. Next on the list, we have Dr. Adams Adiola. Most people know is the immediate. Oh, I forgot to mention. Is a former president of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. Next is Dr. Adiola Adams, who is the immediate past Secretary General of SPSP. I call him my Oga. He taught me what I am doing today. I was just one boy on the street, and then God used him to pick me up and carry me to where I am today. He is a specialist in negotiation. He's a specialist in mediation. Dr. Adams is someone that has seen to the the development of a lot of multi-door courthouses in Nigeria. Yesterday, he was proud I saw him very proud when he found out that multi-door courthouse is about to begin in Osun State. So he's an expert on the field. He's a former vice president, examination for the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, and is currently a lecturer at the National Open University of Nigeria. Next, we have Associate Professor Wakmo. He is a lecturer at the Nigerian Defense Academy. He has a lot of experience with civil military relations. He is someone that is on the field. He was once in Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Lagos, and now is in Kaduna. He's currently the HOD of the department right there in the University Nigerian Defense Academy. Next, we have the veteran. I thought the name the president calls him is the Doctor of Peace in Nigeria and West Africa, and that is no other person than Professor Isaac Olawale Albert. Professor Isaac Olawale Albert is the one that led peace studies in West Africa. He brought peace studies to many universities that we have in Nigeria today, and we credit him as the founder. So, in practice, he was a one-time member of the committee. Okay, he's one of the national. I'm getting feedback on my voice. I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, so Professor Isaac Olawale Albert will also go on the faculty. He's a former dean of the Faculty of Multidisciplinary Studies, University of Ibadan, and currently is on a national assignment. Next on the list, we have Professor R.O. Adio Moses. She is currently the HOD of the Department of Peace, Security, and Humanitarian Studies and the Director of the Institute of Peace and Strategic Studies. She's a humanitarian. She's someone that's been involved in a lot of humanitarian interventions. She belongs to so many national organizations, and she is a veteran when it comes to teaching of peace, and practicing it right here in Nigeria. Next on the faculty, we have Dr. Abiola Adimula. He's a lecturer at the University of Ilorin in not only that, she currently is a chartered lawyer. She's a lawyer. She's a chartered arbitrator. She's involved in arbitration almost around. And not only, what we also notice is when it comes to stakeholders engagement and partnership, veterans when it comes to Nigeria. Currently in Nigeria. I'm trying to look for where the noise is coming from. I can't find it. And finally, as a faculty, they'll be taking the practicum. We have Dr. Obi Neji. Dr. Neji, when he's been a faculty member for many national organizations and many companies in Nigeria. Oh, I don't know where this noise is. Okay, I've seen it. So he's going to be taking us on the practicum. And of course, we have Mr. Sojewale, who is also one of those that is especially when it comes to helping with practicum right here in Nigeria. That is
come and help me recover this thing, please.
Okay. I think as of today, I'm on point. I've been able to save 5 minutes from our time by doing the introduction. Let me immediately go ahead to say this is the first of its kind special induction. What SPSP normally does is that we hold workshops, and the workshops or during our conferences, we do a 4-day or a 3-day training where people go through rigorous training, after which they become associate members of the society. However, we were in from so many people from like we mentioned on this group who had interest to join SPSP. And the president and the NWC approved that we should have a special induction workshop for them, and that this workshop would help, to integrate what SPSP does after we will be inducted into the society. At this juncture, to introduce our next speaker, and I will hand over to Dr. Muhammad Udu Abubakar to do the needful so that he can bring up the next speaker. Dr. Muhammad Abubakar, you have the floor, sir. Dr. Kudu? Dr. Kudu, sir? No, I think he's having issues with his network. Okay. Without more ado, let me bring up Dr. Victor Adesina as he takes our first module for the day.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Moderator. I recognize the presence of President, SPSP, and veteran scholars in the house. I want to appreciate the coming together of our to be inducted members into the society. I bring greetings from Babcock University, and as a member of the National Working Committee, I also join my voice to greet all of us as we gather together today. Thank you so much for the interest putting in, and indeed, there is we are going to learn more today by His grace and to refresh our mind, because like somebody will say, there's nothing new under the heavens. So once again, we are all welcome. Please, I don't know if you can help me share my screen, because it's telling me that it's only the host that can share. All right, thank you so much. My name is Adesina Victor, as has been introduced, and by God's grace, we'll be looking at conflict intervention and overview of ADR spectrum. Conflict intervention. I will not take much of our time so that we will not belabor our sitting and our gathering. But let me say that there's no way we talk about ADR that will not look at conflicts or disputes, just like you said, alternative dispute resolution. So what is conflict? And is there any slight difference between conflicts and disputes? I will show us a slide immediately after these two slides. Conflict is natural in our daily activities, as you agree with me. It's not new in human existence, either at home, at workplace, even in the church or mosque, in any gathering. And scholars have tried to find out why do you have conflicts almost everywhere. Yes, of course, you know more than I do, due to differences, scarcity of resources, upbringing, orientation, and the stuff. So it's natural. Because conflict is ever present in humanity or among us. And is wide, is big. But the point is conflict good? Yes, as a student of peace and conflict, we will say, yes, it's good. Because through conflict, we bring different developments, growth, understanding, like somebody calling you nickname and you say you don't want it. If care is not taken, you may take it far, and until when the person stops or person stops calling you, you have made some changes. However, for conflict to be successful, as Prof has said several times, Professor Albert, that we must manage it very well. We must manage it very well. Boston looked at conflicts and disputes. In his own conclusion, he said, dispute is a short-term disagreement that is relatively easy towards resolve. It's a short-term. To him, that is how he perceives disputes. Why he said that conflict is deep-rooted in problem that involve seemingly non-negotiable issues. However, we will prove him that there's no conflict that cannot be resolved. But if conflict is not well managed, then it can lead to violence. And that's why we are here today. And traditionalists are of the opinion, or the classical class, that conflict is not good. It must not be accepted. However, just like from the introductory part, it's part of us. We are into it. So to say that it's not good, not to be accepted in the midst of humanity, is not out of it. It's out of it. No wonder Mahatma Gandhi said, eye for an eye will make the world go blind. If you give me the way I give you the way you give me, we will not be the society will not be at peace. I want to be at peace. Please don't be too faster than my presentation. Please go back to that Mahatma Gandhi. All right, thank you. So resolving of conflicts, managing conflict is part of what we emulate in this place, in SPSP, so that our society can be of peace. No wonder in recent years, even National Universities Commission has made peace and study a JNS course. Maybe because of what you are passing through in Nigeria, you know more than I do. Next slide, please. Conflict has led to, next slide, please. Conflict has led to, next slide, please. Yes, thank you. In Nigeria, see these humongous numbers of cases in the High Court of Justice as at December 11, 2023. The Chief Judge of the Federal High Court says that the court finishes 13,000 cases and they still have carryover of 143,000 because of conflicts, disputes, arguments, fights, violence here and there. Only in high courts. In the appeal courts, the Right Honorable Justice Dogman Mensah said, the court still have a total of 39,526 appeal cases pending as at 31st of August, 2023, that legal year. Dear colleagues, is it not too worrisome? As if it ends here. The Supreme Court, His Lordship, former CGN Justice Ariwola said that Supreme Court handled 1,271 cases in 2020-2023 legal, 2022-2023 legal year. And we have 1,179 judges as at that time for over 200 million Nigeria as of 2023, meaning that the court is overwhelmed. So what to do? What is the way out? Alternative dispute resolution. People are going into it and we are into it. And when we look at this, we should not forget who we are, African people. African culture, African adage says that Akitiko Tuboka, sorry, meaning we do not come from court and remain friends. That is why ADR is well accepted and very better for our generation. Next, please. As I told you earlier, when I introduced conflict, you can see this diagram. We'll look at it. Who is guilty among the two? On the floor, we have 9. We can say it's 6. Why somebody see it as 6? The other one saw it as 9. Arguments. If care is not taken, it will turn to conflict. Next slide, please. It will turn to conflict. So alternative dispute resolution, the way out to resolve, at least to calm down the volume of court cases and the spending and the stress given even to the judges and the delays in the dispense of justice. What is alternative dispute resolution? How does it work? What's this all about? It typically denotes a process and techniques that parties can use to settle resolve disputes, whereby a third party is involved. Dispute resolution techniques are different, range from methods where parties have full control of the procedure to methods where the third party is in control of both the process and the outcome. This is African perspective. This is traditional way. And how I wish that we will not jettison who we are, how we got to this place, where we come from, which is our traditional means of resolving conflicts. Lest I forget, people patronizes palace courts, local courts. We call it courts because at least they dispense more in a research carried out by Adesina in 2015 and 2017. We see as we move on. Next slide, please. It is important to discuss conflict management spectrum and their what? Mediation, negotiation, arbitration, adjudication, and reconciliation. All these are what it means when we are talking about ADR. Yes, next, please. So what is mediation? Just like I said earlier, an effective dispute resolution mechanism by a third party. The party involved define the condition of any settlements reached. Who is the mediator? The person in charge, the person that is invited among the two warring parties or two disputed parties. Come and look into it. And it is acceptable in the diplomatic realm, in the workplace, in the community, in the family. Yes, no wonder, if you allow me, what the word of God says, blessed are the peacemaker, for they shall be called sons of God. When I observe that maybe two of my friends are not in good terms, I can ask number A or go and ask B and find out what really happened. Then I come in between. And at times, the two parties may invite, come and look into this. Who is guilty? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Who is guilty among? The mediator's job is to help the disputant resolve the problem through a process that will encourage both of them. He hears or she hears the dispute, identify the strengths and the weaknesses of their cases, understand that accepting less than expected is the hallmark, and he must give hearing and it must be free and impartial. And they must agree if they want peace to reign with the satisfactory solution. And the primary goal is for all parties to work out a solution so that they can continue in such business, in such relationship as it may be. So because the mediator has no authority to impose his decision, nothing will be decided unless the two parties agree. We know this. Let's write on. So what are the types of problems solved with mediation? We said it can family issues, business issues, personal matters, or something I can call is called injury, breach of contracts, real estate matters. No matter what, as long as it's disputed and it's conflictual, a soft landing can be made through the mediator. And the time frame now depends on the expertise and the cooperation of the parties. Next slide, please. Stages of mediation. Stage 1. Of course, when they gather, the two parties, the mediator will just make his opening statement, just like we have opening remarks earlier. Then the disputants also will talk. Then there will be joint discussion, which will be handled by the mediator. Listen to this, listen to that, and the strategy must be imputed or bring in so that the parties will not raise their voices above the level so that it will not cause more damage. Next, please. Private causes, sometimes caucuses, sometimes we may need to listen to this party differently, listen to the other party differently before you now have joint negotiation. And with this, if as a mediator, as an expert, you resolve it, this is very good, even at our workplaces, because there's no way you not see people, have people that are somewhat difficult to work with. They bring arguments that sometimes and to them is rational, but to general, it may be rational. So, and we cannot be taking everybody as an enemy. So how to manage situation, crisis, conflict is part of what we stand for in the society. Next slide, please. Negotiation. Of course, negotiation is a dialogue aimed at resolving disputes, reaching an agreement, securing individual or collective advantages, and achieving results to meet different interests by the negotiator. It's a matter of give and take. Somebody said that negotiation is even far better than mediation. And we look at it, how true it is, it depends on the way everybody sees it. But negotiation is peaceful, is calmly. This is part of a DHAL. So instead of going to court, instead of contesting what we think we can resolve within the confine, these are part of the strategies and what ADR stands for. Some steps to negotiation. You must prepare, you must plan. A negotiator must plan. Because if not well handled, it can truncate, it can lead to violence. So there must be planning, accurate planning, and consultation among the parties. Then there must be ground rules, please. In this case, I want it to be like this. I will appreciate if both parties can cooperate with me in this line. Then there'll be clarification and justification. Say your own, let me hear you, you say your own, and then there'll be bargaining and problem solving. when the negotiator will now come in. Then the closure and implementation of whatever they are agreed on. However, in negotiation, sometimes a party may, in quotes, lose. It's not losing totally. Negotiation, please, next slide, because of time. Not losing totally. Then we have conciliation. It's a process by which discussion between parties is kept going through the participation of a conciliator. In the conduct of conciliation proceedings, the conciliator has some freedom. He may conduct them in such manner as he may consider appropriate, but he would take into account cognizance the circumstances of that surround the case, express wishes of the parties, and a party's request may also be heard so that you can give you can balance the sitting. You must listen to them. If the conciliator agree that there are elements of the agreement which they must emulate, then it will put forward to the disputants. Conciliation is another method of resolving conflicts, mostly in this concept. Next, please. I'm just trying to. So, what are the procedures of conciliation? Yeah, commencement of conciliation proceedings, which means proceedings are initiated by one party sending a written invitation to the other party, or a party can invite a conciliator who will also know how to reach out to the other party. But the two of them at the same time can agree and now choose who their conciliator is. In this case, in the case of one conciliator, jointly by the parties, or three, sometimes it may be 2 or 3 conciliators, but most especially it used to be one person in which the 2 parties are involved and they surrender to agree. Conciliator, the conduct of conciliation proceeding, and the conciliator will listen to both parties. They agree on what to do, then he tries to settle it in its own sense of humility, and at the same time sense of understanding. And we need to tell them the implication. Then when they conclude, each party may initiate or at the invitation of the conciliator submit to the conciliator the suggestion that they think will make the sitting to be meaningful, the gathering together of the parties to be meaningful. Next slide, please. Then we have arbitration. Arbitration is one of the ways legal disputes are resolved outside the court on a voluntary basis, meaning both sides must agree to follow any final decision. And the one that coordinates this is an arbitrator who plays the role of a neutral person who makes decisions on a dispute based on evidence presented by the parties. Decisions the arbitrator make is not legally binding. That's why it's ADR. It's not legally binding, except the parties want to take it up as such. He or she main difference between arbitration. Okay, sorry. The main difference between arbitration and conciliation is that arbitration proceedings of award is the decision of the arbitral tribunal, the arbitrals. While the case of conciliation is the decision that both parties arrive at the assistance of the conciliator. In arbitration, there may be a panel who will listen and they will give understanding to both parties. And we call those one arbitral. It may be 1 or 2, and at the same time, most usually it used to be expertise, those that have knowledge in that field. The Court of Arbitration has authority over its own law. That is in a case of the industry, those that are in the different organizations in the industries. Therefore, if a party decides to contest the arbitration of the tribunal, they can proceed and they forward the case to court. Meanwhile, all this while we have been saying is a mechanism whereby we can resolve conflict instead of going to court. It does not say that we cannot go to the court of law. But how can we reduce the stress? How can we reduce the cost? How can we reduce the volume and the length of time it takes before a judgment is pronounced at the court of law, ADL? Next, please. Oh, please, we see that one next, please. Next line. Okay, other mechanism which follows the 5 that I've mentioned. We have collaborative law. What is collaborative law? Each party has their lawyer committing to resolve the disputes without litigation. The lawyers will talk about it, mostly in family matters. That's why sometimes we have family courts. At the family court, they tell them that why do you bring this case, such case to this place? You can settle it. Lawyer to party A, lawyer to party B, by virtue of their experience, they will tell the parties, this is what it's all about. And it is after which they cannot agree with each other that they cannot proceed legally. So we have med and hab, that's mediation and arbitration, which is an hybrid. The 2 stages is a 2-stage alternative dispute resolution. It usually involves the parties agreeing to grant a mediator power to convert automatically to being an arbitrator and to make a legal binding made by arbitral award. At this stage, what it means is that both parties will tell the arbitrator, who we call the arbiter, that whatever we arrive at, you put it in writing, we sign it, it becomes a binding force. However, if one party is not interested, is not satisfied, they proceed again to the court of law. We are just looking at means of leveraging the stress of disputes and conflict as we have it. Next slide. You have to quickly move, please. We are almost on. We have neutral evaluation. A neutral third party evaluates the strength and weakness of each party's case. It's just a neutral body, like a mediator. And it will tell them the likely outcome if they cannot settle these disputes, what they can meet in the court of law, which may not be too far to whatever suggestion is bringing. Is just a neutral person that evaluates the strength of their cases or their points, and we presume or make an outcome for them to now think of either to proceed or not. Neutral evaluation is a process of assessing a dispute in which the evaluators seek to identify and limit the issues of facts and law that are in dispute, and by that process assist the party to resolve the dispute. You have a case, you don't have a case, but it's not making a judgment for them, it's just advising them. Next, please. Settlement conference. Settlement conference will be held by a judge who will not preside, over the issue as a All right, thank you. I was talking about settlement conference. And I said that here, a learned person, a judge, can be invited, but is not sitting as a judge over the case. He just wants to handle it privately among the disputants. Settlement conferences are recommended for cases in which the disputant are strongly held in positions about the probable case outcome. So he will tell them, but he will listen to a competent third party view of their position and possible trials results. He is a learned person who will let them know, just like the previous one, the implication that if you go to court, this is what you are going to meet. All these things are mechanisms in making that we don't pour more energy on things that we can resolve among ourselves, please. Next slide, please. Online dispute resolution. Online dispute resolution is a form of dispute resolution which is technological. Technology is involved here to facilitate the resolution of disputes. It primarily involves both negotiation, mediation, most especially as we are talking now. If we are online, somebody is in Canada, you are in Nigeria or you are in Nigeria. You, by virtue of that means, you can connect and you can resolve the conflict. And so the previous mechanism which you make, negotiation, mediation, arbitration, conciliation, can be made through this online, mostly because of this age we are into, which is information age. In this respect, it is often seen, it is often seen as being the online equivalent of alternative dispute resolution, whereby we call parties. In this case, it can be like in form of teleconferencing. The party far off, or both parties far off, or the mediator far off will discuss and they will have a soft landing. Next, please. Yes. Thomas L. Hillman, 1974, identified 5 conflicts handling or managing style, which the 2 of them agree that they are either assertive or cooperative. Assertiveness. What are these? What is assertiveness? Is the attempt to satisfy one's own need and desire at the expense of the other person in a relationship. That is their thinking when they summarize the mechanism, the styles of settling conflict. Mine, I, and myself. What am I going to gain? What is my benefit in these means? Meanwhile, the other, which is cooperative, is the attempt to satisfy one's need and concern as well as the need of the other party, whereby both parties reach an agreement or have it in mind, it will be a win-win thing instead of win-lose or lose-win. Next, please. What are these styles? Accommodating. Accommodating is one of the strengths, one of the means of resolving conflicts, a part of in either of the lists which have made, like mediation and the other mechanisms that have made earlier. In this accommodating is a win-lose, whereby one party just try to just ignore the other party. You are not fighting, but you just want to have peace to yourself. You just want to have peace to yourself. And so we do it. Sometimes you just, somebody will say that, oh, me, how are you managing that person? No, there's nobody I cannot manage. No, there's nobody I cannot manage. So it's like managing somebody or a difficult task or a difficult person, and we have them at your place. So we just need to accommodate to some extent so that we can have peace. When we go to bed, we sleep well. When we go to work, we know that we are stable in mind and in our senses to do what is needful. Another word is avoiding. Of course, that's where we try to ignore each other. And it's a lose-lose thing. Because you ignore A, party B ignore A, ignore B, B ignore A. And at that point, if care is not taken, it's not the best approach because it's deeply rooted, and if care is not taken, it can lead to more conflict, which can lead to violence. People will observe, and when they observe, they can come in. But if they don't observe, if the both parties want to stick to their stand, then it's not the best approach. Avoidance. There is collaborating. That is when both parties try to understand each other. You understand that this is my limit. I understand that that is your limit. It's a win-win thing. We'll be at peace. It's a win-win to both parties. And next is competing. Of course, it's where you flex muscle, like you want something by force, by fire, by force, you just want to have it. And what is this all about? It's a win-lose. However, you who lose today may not want to lose again next time. So that's where it's better to just accommodate, to understand, and more to reach a compromise. In compromise, it seems like it's a win-lose. However, if you look into it deeply, it's a win-win. Because the other party that just give it, they give and take. I give you this, not just have it. Next time, you may be the one that take it, that will now give it to the other party, as just you take it, and let life continue. After all, we have been together for a long time. Especially among businessmen. We are closing, please. Next. So what are the benefits of this? And I want us to quickly talk about this. Alternative dispute resolution. As I said earlier, Adesina make a research in 2015, and we retest it in 2017-18, whereby about seven traditional palaces were visited in Ekiti, and in Oyo, 7 also in Oyo State. Of course, in the research took him to a way of Ado Ekiti. A way of Ado Ekiti, Ori of Mobaland, Alara of Aramoko, Ajero of Ijero, 7 traditional paramount rulers in Ekiti State. We try to see how, if people still appreciate our own approach, which is traditional means of resolving conflicts. It was found that the way people go to these traditional courts, which is in the palace, it's more encouraging. And in fact, it's far. The percentage, when we look at it, was so high. Number one, they know that it's closer to them. Number two, the language they speak is, they speak both the same language. Not that they will need to look for somebody, an interpreter that will be interpreting for them at the court of law. And it makes them to live together. And that is the art of African belief. African belief, just like I said earlier, that you cannot go to court and continue your friendship in that corner. But African believe that by the time we talk, I tell you what you do, you tell me your own. If you cannot reconcile, we can take it to our Bale, our KBSCs. They will look at it and they will resolve it for us. In the findings made in Oyo State as well, Alaafin Oyo, Ṣọ̀ún of Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́, Olúbàdàn of Ìbàdàn, all these paramount rulers, 7 of them were also examined. Their courts, we see in that research, we see the volume of how people patronize their courts. In fact, some, instead of having sitting once in a week, they have made it to be twice in a week, whereby you have chiefs that are representing the king. And where there's need for the king to come in, he will sit on the judgment seat. Meanwhile, why is ADR so important? Number one, it reduces the cost. it reduces the stress and all the formalities attached to it. Hiring of lawyer, movements. If your place of abode is far to the courts, you must go. Pending cases, and the delayed, you get tired. In the earlier findings which I made in the appeal courts and that of Supreme Court, there are some cases that are longer than 15, 17, 20 years. We are African people. We can introduce this as an alternative. It is when we cannot resolve it. It is when we cannot settle it within ourselves that we cannot now proceed to the court of law. But most especially, what I want us to gain in this note is that we must see ourselves as brothers and sisters. We must live together in unity. We must be at peace with each other.
Dr. Sure, we should be rounding up now. Thank you.
Yes, I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up. We must live together. Yes, I know. Yeah, I'm running. That's the conclusion. I'm handing. So what I'm saying is that ADR is what we must at least appreciate. We must emulate all the mechanism so that all of us will be together in peace and in unity as a people and as a country. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Adesina. He has told us or spoke on conflict interventions, an overview of alternative dispute resolution spectrum. Dr. Adesina is not just a scholar in peace building and practitioner, but for want of proper introduction, we should tell you that he is the National Welfare Officer of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. So you can see that he is someone who is practicing what he is preaching. He takes care of the welfare of the entire spectrum of practitioners and scholars of peace in the country and, of course, the world. We have just 5 minutes to spare. We will entertain only one question, and then after that, we will be introducing our next speaker and next scholar in person of Dr. Willie Eselebo. Yes. But now let's have just one question for Dr. Victor Adesina. Anybody with a question? If there are no questions, we will go ahead and just have one comment.
Hello.
Yes, what question?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is...
Go ahead and state your name and straight to the question, please.
Okay, my name is Mazhun Idris. The moment I had the moderator joining, something came to my mind. In ADR, is there any format where somebody familiar is invited, for example, a celebrity?
Please go to your question. We don't have much time.
Yeah, that's my question.
Go to your question.
In ADR, is there a format that involves inviting somebody important, like a celebrity, which perhaps might attract the attention of the disputing parties because of his sheer aura or his
or personality?
Yeah, personality. Yeah, that's just my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Dr. Adesina, over to you, please.
Yeah. Yes, sir, that is very accurate. You know, I said that both parties must agree in ADR, they must agree. And most especially, people of importance in the society. Those are people of importance, as long as they are reachable, may be invited. Because when they speak, it will connote not only authority, it will connote respect. And it will help the society, the parties, the disputant parties to at least to listen and to be at peace, because wealth of experience will come in such discussion. So it is welcome. It is very,
Dr.
very,
Victor
very welcome.
Adesina, thank you so much once again for that paper and for your elucidation. He told us what conflict is, what is conflict is not, and of course, what mediation is, and at the same time took us all through the spectrum of alternative dispute resolution, particularly the issue that someone asked about, the conciliator. The conciliator can be anybody, but most importantly, must be someone that the two protagonists understand and believe in. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Adesina. Now we introduce formally our next speaker and next paper. The next paper is monitoring and evaluation of conflict in by no other
Good morning, everybody.
Distinguished scholar in peace and conflict studies, a distinguished expert and practitioner at the same time, and even again, secretary of the SPSP body of fellows. I'm talking of Dr. Willie Eselabo. Dr. Willie Eselabo, over to you, sir.
Thank you very
Good
much.
morning.
Good morning, everybody. Highly respected NWC members and all other trainees on this program for the induction. I'm glad to be with you here today, and I just express hope that I'll be able to finish about 32 slides that will be available today. So I want to go as fast as possible because I have also external engagement. This is a synopsis of what we're going to do, and yes, the next slide. This is the synopsis of what we're going to do. That's the introduction, the aim. The general aim of the presentation is to examine the relevance of monitoring and evaluation in conflicts intervention. The objectives are quite clear: to identify M&E approaches that focus on conflict intervention, to determine how it enables improvement, changes in behavior and context. Again, you will be looking at the ABC, attitude, behavior, and context, to strengthen capacity for strategic planning in conflict intervention process. You agree with me that as peace and conflict practitioners, once you finish with this training, you must practice. And what you'll be doing is mostly humanitarian intervention in the field, because after conflict de-escalates, there's a need for peace building. So this is why this is very, very important. I need to let you know that whether it's imperative that as a practitioner, you must know what is called project, program, or monitoring and evaluation, because that is the key aspect of humanitarian intervention. So these are just part of the learning outcome. You understand the importance of M&E and key concepts and frameworks. Consider how M&E works with intervention, that's conflict intervention, then develop an M&E system for conflict. So at the end of the training, you should be able to develop an M&E distance. So key concepts you'll be looking at, they are just there. This training fits into SPSP's ongoing capacity development performance chain. You do not need to worry if some of these terms do not immediately make sense to you, but as you practice and as you use them regularly, they'll be very, very important to you. So they'll become easier to grasp once you put them into use. The next slide. Again, the term conflict intervention will be used technically for such involvements undertaken to influence a conflict in another system of rule. That is, when conflict has de-escalated, we now look at interventions such as military, multi-track diplomacy, or good offices. Then we also look at the types of conflict, the interveners, whether states, international, states organizations, or international non-governmental organizations. Then the purpose and objectives of the intervention. Special attention is devoted to peace support operations, that's humanitarian intervention, and the methods, which also include civil conflicts, multi-track diplomacy, mediation, or peace building. Somebody just spoke about mediation now, right there. So these are processes of intervention in able to when you want to resolve conflicts. So conflict intervention in particular means any influencing of a system of rule from the outside, no matter, it could be third-party mediation, no matter if the influences is done by non-violent or violent means. Sometimes peacekeeping will involve using some level of kinetic force, but involvements that are undertaken to influence a conflict in another system of rule. That is, we want peace to reign. And when we're talking about peace, we're not just talking about peace of the graveyard, we're talking about sustainable peace. And that's also the case into strategic peace building. These are the circle you're looking at here. We're looking at structural and institutional change, justice and healing, violence prevention, conflict response and transformation. So you can look at all these things. There are so many interventions that are ongoing. Even in the Northeast, the Safe School Project is an intervention. Development in terms of Northeast Development Commission is another one. Law and advocacy, quite a number of them that you're expected to practice in the field. So the next slide. Again, you find that peace building is an all-encompassing concept, but we focus more on strategic peace building, which connects people and groups on the ground. That's community, religious groups, grassroots, quite a number of other power brokers, including government. We like to know that in the multi-track diplomacy, most of the interventions cannot work without the government. So you must take into consideration that government is very, very important in this track in whatever we want to do in resolving peace. The next slide. Again, I'll be looking at the core areas, but it doesn't matter. These are just selected. Most of you will actually be practicing in the domain of civil society. So let's move on. You can look at the slides. I'm sure it's going to be made available to you. Because I really have, so we focus more on what is M&E. We can work together to come up with a definition, but I'll just give you some of those few ones that we have to deal with in this particular issues. But bear in mind, there's no management without monitoring. So what we'll be doing in M&E is we'll be monitoring, especially means that you'll be gathering data, statistics, and there's no evaluation without monitoring. Next slide, please. So I further expatiate on M&A, which is continuous internal data collection. Continuous internal data collection and tracking of improvement or shortfalls. Again, it's a kind of taking notes. You can see a pencil there. We do not use biro when we want to collect data on M&A. We must make sure that we can take some aspects of improvement and the rest of them. So you must get in place a notebook, a pencil, so that you can take down notes of improvements or shortfalls on a daily basis. The next slide. So evaluation is assessing whether a project is achieving its intended objectives. Is conducted periodically. It could be internal or external, but it focuses on outcomes and impact. And we'll be looking at sustainability in our subsequent slides. So these are the 5 parameters. You must look at when we want to evaluate, to look at the relevance, effectiveness. We must look at coherence, efficiency, impact. Is the project making an impact? Then finally, one of the conclusive factors is that we'll look at if the project has come to a close. Is it sustainable? Can it be replicated in other clients or something like that? It's just that if we're to do the face-to-face training, which will come out with practical exercises on what is happening, especially in the Northeast or in the Northwest, and you see what projects or programs are doing in terms of intervention. And every project has a logic. The logic is that we want to transform or want to bring about change. You want to transform conflict situations into peaceful output. So the next slide. The next slide. So this is the criteria explained here: relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, and sustainability. Move on to the next slide. So why M&E is important is that it tracks resources, feedback on progress being made, improving project effectiveness. It informs decision. If things are not working well, you go back to the grid and know how to re-strategize. It promotes accountability. Let's say, for example, money is voted for some activities. It must be tracked for accountability purpose. It demonstrates the impact of the project, and it also identifies lessons learned. I want to make it clear to you that evaluation, M&E, monitoring and evaluation, is not an audit, but is targeted at looking at what has been learned, what worked, what failed to work, why and how. So for any intervention in any conflict situation or post-conflict situation, which means it's targeting to bring about change. Let's look at, for example, now, schools have been destroyed in the Northeast, prisons are no longer working, or correctional centers, whatever you might call it. Critical infrastructures are down. And also here recently, just maybe these very few weeks, that some parts of the northern states do not have energy, and we want to restore those things. So we must do M&E to see what is working. So first of all, you must come along with the issue of baseline to see what is destroyed or what is not working, and we'll now see if there's an intervention, how is it going to work, or who is going to benefit from it. The next slide. Again, you'll be tracking. This is the benefits of M&E. Move on to the next slide. The logical framework is one of the most difficult aspects in terms of monitoring and evaluation. And it starts from activity, but for every project or any intervention, there's an overall goal objective. Then you have strategic objectives, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then if we do this, I will do that, then the intermediate results will be manifest. Then that will be connected to the outputs and the activities. Now, this logical framework is a very systematic way of thinking, of working in a way that all activities are geared towards achieving the strategic goal that the project wants to change. Move on, please. The next slide. So this is logical framework linkages. What is your goal? What do you hope will change as a result of your project? What would the world look like if your program and other similar initiative is successful? Now, the work will look good because if it is successful in Nigeria here or anywhere, we can also replicate it in any other client. So this is why we say that M&E is for lessons learned, and it can be replicated somewhere. The next slide. The next slide. So again, we further explain the goals, the impact, the objective, the intermediate result, the output, activities, inputs. Move on to the next slide. The next slide. Goal, objectives, and intermediate results are all outcomes of an intervention, and progress against them should be measured regularly. Intermediate results are benefits or effects of outputs on your target or beneficiary. Intermediate results are those that are necessary to achieve the program objectives. The next slide. You can look at them. It's a very simple framework. Examples of LFA. Let's say, for example, this is in terms of political process, more participatory, inclusive political process. Objectives: political parties become more inclusive representatives of members concerned. Then the intermediate results: parties implement reforms to increase participation in platform development. That also leads to the output. Parties develop action plans to increase participation in platform development. Then the activities will be multi-party workshops on participatory platform development, party consultations. Then inputs will be staff, consultants, grant budgets and everything, training guides and everything. So this is what will improve the electoral process. But most of these things are based on assumptions. They are not cast in stone. It is critical that the various elements of an intervention are clearly and logically linked. So the easiest way to test this is to start at the bottom of your logical framework and ask a series of questions. If, then, and questions. If this does not happen, then what next? If we conduct these activities, then we will get the following output. If we get the output, then we will see the following intermediate results. If we have the results, hello, yes, move on, please. I will respond to your listening. If we supply NX staff, consultants, funding, and training guys, then we can conduct multi-party workshops on preparatory platform development. I will explain to you that the intermediate results also link up to the overall goal objectives. The intermediate results is that once you have gathered data on what is working and what fails to work compared to the baseline, the intermediate results will give you an idea whether there's improvement is ongoing or is not ongoing. If it's not ongoing, which means you need to go back to your objectives and your original goal, the activities that are planned to bring about the change. So this is why intermediate result is very, very, it's not the final anyway. So move on to the next slide. So outcomes versus process indicators are part of M&E plan. So you look at SMART indicators, they must be specific, measurable, achievable. If you do not design these indicators very well, then data quality will be faulty. If the data quality is faulty when you are monitoring, then of course the outcome of what you are going to get is going to be faulty. So M&E is a very conscious process. You need to be very careful with indicators and how you plan to achieve your outputs and everything. They must be clearly stated. The next slide. The next slide. So indicators define. An indicator indicates the level or extent of some phenomena of interest. For example, body temperature. If good health is an objective during COVID-19, then body temperature is an indicator of good health. So this is exactly what we are saying. They all point to the outcome, the process. You have the outcome indicators, process indicators. They are just there that you must. Projects should include both quantitative and qualitative. Sometimes you focus group interviews. Sometimes you use pure statistics. You should not run away from it. It's just a very simple way of measurement. The next slide. Let's be faster because I need to move. So indicators needed to be smart because they are there for measurement. Please move on to the next slide. But for indicators to be measured, first of all, as part of the M&E framework, you must take cognizance of baseline. That is what has been the problem. Take, for example, infant mortality or mortality rates in a local government. If babies are dying in a particular local government, the first baseline you must take is how many are dying. Now we are saying if the cause is cholera, if we begin to do oral therapy and whatever you call it, and we begin to administer it for the next 3 or 4 months, we also take statistics of how many or whether there's an improvement in the mortality rate. That is, if the number of babies that are dying is reduced, of course, which means your project, the intervention is working. Benchmarks are what you hope to achieve by the end. The targets are the intermediate benchmark. So when the situation is changing, you must also monitor it against the earlier situation, what it was. Let's say the worst scenario where you met it and where you decide, where you classified it as a problem that needs to be changed through an intervention. Move on, please. I need to tell you that M&E also has a life cycle and is attached to the project life cycle. Phase 1, project design, you identify the problem, develop log frame, develop an M&E plan. Then phase 2, project startup, conduct baseline, establish targets, establish M&E system. Phase 3, you go straight to the project management, analyze data and produce reports, manage activities. Then the project evaluation, collect and analyze data, produce reports, identify lessons learned. That is what you do in a workshop after the project closure. Please move on. Hello. So the issue is that there are challenges. Do you have appropriate frameworks? How to determine specific criteria for contributions to results? Do you have adequate available data and information? How to interpret data? Have you applied rigorous statistical methods? What does success mean or look like with specific interventions? These are issues you need to keep on looking at in terms of relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, sustainability. So evaluation is not a bad idea, but it creates an opportunity for us to make decisions, to know what has happened and what works and what will not work at a particular point in time. So these are the issues. Please move on. So thank you very much. I'm really sorry because I have to move on to a very difficult national assignment. So that's why I was rushing up. And I do hope if you have any questions, please forward it to the Secretary General. I can respond to them as I get on the road right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Willie Sellable, fellow SPSP and Secretary of the Fellows. Unfortunately, we cannot take questions because, like Dr. Sellable said, he has an engagement. I hope you are with me. I said, like Dr. Sellable said himself, he has a very important engagement. He will not take questions. So we'll very quickly move on to our next paper, which by my estimation is closely related to our first paper on alternative dispute resolution by Dr. Victor Adesio. I'm talking of the next paper by Dr. Stephen Ademola Faleti, who will be talking to us on negotiations in conflict situations. Dr. Victor Ademola Faleti is also a fellow of the SPSP and, of course, a distinguished scholar of peace and peace building, conflict studies, and, of course, the entire spectrum of the course and the bond. Dr. Faleti. Dr. Faleti, please.
Yes, sir. Please can you check your WhatsApp, sir? I sent you a message on your WhatsApp.
Yeah, who is speaking, please?
Dr. Yusuf. Dr. Yusuf. Please take your WhatsApp, sir.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So Faleti is not coming on?
Okay, sir. So we have to, based on the timetable, Mr. President, we agreed, the faculty agreed that we should everybody have, in rest in between. So we have 10 minutes break now. After the 10 minutes break, Dr. Faleti will come up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes,
all participants with us, you have had the Secretary General. We are going to have a 30 minutes break and stretch your legs, take some sip of water or a drink. We'll come back and have Dr. Faleti, who will be speaking to us on negotiations in conflict situations. Thank you so much.
Dr. Larry, please restate the break time so that no one is in doubt, so that everybody will hear it clearly. I think people may not have heard Dr. Kudu well. Please.
Yes. So the break time is for 10 minutes, but because Dr. Faleti, so what we'll do, this is 10:35. We'll be back online by 10:45. However, because Dr. not finished on time. Let me just allow you to have a 15-minute break. The break means we are still here. We can still all chat. We can ask. We can interview. We can network. But so by exactly 10:50, we will all be back on this platform to continue and hear from Dr. Stephen Ademola Faleti. Thank you, everybody. I take this time to recognize the presence of those I'm seeing online. A lot of people are online. The first vice president of SPSP is also online with us. That's the president of Dr. Obineji. I have the national treasurer, Dr. Mr. Chukwudunwoke is also with us here. I am then among those that on the platform, I'm seeing everybody here. I appreciate everyone. I can't call everybody's name. So we'll meet back exactly at 10:50. I will commence immediately with Dr. Faleti's presentation. Thank you. Like I said, we can all still go ahead and network as necessary. I want to thank the professors that are still online, the security, everybody that has been online. I'm really we appreciative of your keen interest in what is going on today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. When we reconvene, can we please be very strict with time? Because we are taking the whole day for this program, and in between, people have got activities to run out for. So if we are allotting 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to a presenter, please, let's be very conscious of that to ensure that we maximize whatever time we have available. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, yes, sir. So far, so good. I think we've stuck to our time. So far, so good. Yes. So we'll still try to ensure like you said, ensure we continue in that line. I will share the timetable once again on the platform so that everybody will see the timing. So the Faleti is supposed to come up at exactly 11 o'clock, but will come up at exactly 10:50 this time around. So that means we've been able to buy 10 minutes time with our time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So 10:50 we start. No, exactly 10:50 we commence. Please go and take your cup of tea, take a cup of coffee. If it's cold over there, I could take muffins and your bread. Oh, I forgot to also thank the Assistant General Secretary General, who has been handling, at least for me, especially now that I'm having issues with power, Ms. Tosi Ojewale. She's been the one handling the PowerPoint presentation, moving it as she should, and ensuring she mutes participants that are coming with their mic unmuted.
To grant access to the presenters to operate their slides, to share their slides. Mr. Secretary, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma. I can hear you, sir.
Yes, I say, is it possible through your good offices to mandate the Assistant Secretary to allow the presenters to...
I just stand around 7 or 8. Oh, yes. She has also done that. So, ASG, please try and activate multiple screen sharing so that others can also share their slides if need be. Let me get on.
Thank you.
Okay, I can see two of my facilitators online. I can see Dr. Faleti online. I can see Dr. Ademola online. Thank you so much for joining us. We have 3 minutes more for the break to end. So if you are sipping your water, sip it now. If you're taking your tea, please don't let it burn your tongue. Finish it in time. We'll start in 3 minutes on the dot.
Qualitative education is the fault, and then quality teaching. Teachers be taken care of. That means that to create that subtract for the
We have 2 minutes to the end of the break. Okay, this is exactly 10:50. I want to welcome us back from the break. Dr. Kudu, you have the floor, sir, to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Kudu? Dr. Muhammad Kudu Abubakar, are you online, sir?
Yes, you are all welcome back from the break. And I hope everyone is now set to listen to the next paper. Like we said earlier before the break, the next paper is going to be by Dr. Stephen Ademola Faleti, fellow SPSP. He will be talking to us on negotiations in conflict situations. Negotiations in conflict situations. Dr. Faleti, if you are on, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Kudu. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Faleti, Stephen Faleti, as already introduced. I am a research fellow. Hello?
Go ahead, sir. We'll try and mute them. We'll mute everybody now that is making noise, sir.
Okay. I'm a research fellow with the Institute for Peace.
Mute themselves so that we can hear our caller.
Dr. Faleti, you can now unmute, sir. Dr. Faleti. Thank you, sir.
You can hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
sir, we can hear. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. We can hear you.
Yes,
now,
sir, we can hear you.
We're talking about negotiation in conflict situations. And I was saying that anytime you talk about negotiation, there's this mental image of,
Yes,
something
we can hear you.
friendly,
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
friendly tete-a-tete. But again, the two parties in conflict are always looking to, as you can see from the image there, even though you have a handshake, there's still that possibility that one of them is going to employ that big stick at the end of anytime it is needed. Sorry, my next slide, please. Now, negotiation is basically an instrument of communication and conflict management. And unlike many other tools in that genre, it is often the parties themselves trying to communicate their needs and interests in ways that they know best in order to achieve something, a goal. So it aims to solve a problem. It's also, despite the fact that it is often, you say, well, it is adversarial. People are trying to get the best out of that process. Unlike other situations where you have a third party that mediates aspects of that communication. Negotiation is face-to-face. And whether the parties like it or not, in order to get something out of that process, they need to at least collaborate on some things. And then even where they disagree on other things, they still have, it requires collaboration in order to be successful. It's a give and take process. So it involves both verbal and material exchanges, verbal in terms of communicating your needs and interests directly. And sometimes you need to feel the exchange. Sometimes somebody is saying yes, but something tells you that, this person has said yes, but is not totally in agreement. So this is important for us to, but unlike some other processes, negotiation is adversarial. If we go to the next slide, and here, sorry, Dr. Yusuf. Yes. So we describe it here as a strategic. It involves the management of something, an issue. And at the end of the day, if there's a handshake that says, okay, thank you, it means then that both parties have come to a compromise that is mutually satisfactory to both parties. Sometimes what they get out of that process is not equal. Somebody gets 60, somebody gets 40. But insofar as the person that gets 40 says, okay, this is fair enough, then we say that it has succeeded by and large. People in the conflict situations, sometimes the final settlement, one person is not, very happy with the outcome. However, they look for other ways to see whether they could undermine and then get their own back. But what we are trying to do is to see how we can get the best out of this process each time we indulge in it. My next slide, please. Now, negotiation itself, it involves a whole, spectrum, a broad spectrum of things. You could plan, talk about negotiation tactic, you could talk about the dialogue involved. What's the purpose of this? Why am I negotiating, for instance? What about the forum? What about the principles? And then what is the goal? The goal is to, get a benefit at the end of the day. You don't just negotiate for the sheer heck of it. And let me say something here. We negotiate every day. We negotiate with our children, negotiate with our spouse, negotiate sometimes even with ourselves. But we'll focus on those negotiations where, in fact, you negotiate with a significant, somebody else in order to get a specific benefit that we consider very important to us. Next slide. Now, in negotiation, we talk about stages. There are, just like anything, you wake up in the morning, and then several things happen before you go back to bed at night. And in negotiation, it starts with preparation. They say when you fail to prepare to fail. So usually, it's always important to prepare ahead of time. One of the preparation that you need to do is to see what exactly, is your best bet if negotiation fails. We call that partner, best alternative to negotiated agreement. Okay, if I see that, the other party is becoming a bit, simply remains stubborn and unyielding, and is unwilling to at least meet me halfway or something like that, then what other option do I have? That is your partner. Now, sometimes your partner may not be, 100% what you want, but at least it's close to it. But if the other negotiation party is saying, well, the only thing I can do is, something even worse than your partner, then it's easy for you to revert to your partner. That's part of what you do in your preparation. You need to get your facts. You need to get the information that you require. If there are things that you could use to back up your claims in the course of negotiation, you get all those in preparation. Again, sometimes you say, where should the venue be? More often than not, you say, you try to see whether you could negotiate in a place in your own comfort zone. But of course, the other party knows this, and you may end up settling for a neutral ground. A neutral ground is always better because one party's comfort zone puts, more often than not, puts the other person at disadvantage. Then beyond the preparation, agreement is reached about venue, time, and all that. Then the discussion, you move to the discussion stage, in which case there is that, back and forth communication between the two parties. This is what I want. This is why I want it sometimes. you need sometimes to disclose why, but please do not rush into disclosure, because if the other party, and we'll see that shortly, if the other party is more adversarial in disposition, might use some of this information, against you. So you want to see, okay, what kind of negotiating behavior you see on the part of your negotiation partner. And then that enables you to then say, oh yes, I can disclose this in order to move the process forward. Then after the preliminaries, discussions and so on, so what do you want? That is the point where we start talking about proposals and then the bargaining. Okay, what do I get for what in exchange? The cardinal rule of the thumb is don't give anything for nothing. All right. Now, beyond all that, let's assume that you are able to get that negotiation across the bridge, as it were. Where it succeeds, you then need to close the deal. Now, closing the deal involves certain things, okay? From the agreement that we have reached, what are my obligations and what are your obligations? Within which time frame are these obligations expected to be fulfilled? All that have to be put on paper and then both parties sign in closing that deal. Now, we expect that once that is done, the parties, everybody goes home happy or at least satisfied with that process. But let me be clear. We negotiate better than each other. We don't negotiate. We're not equally effective when it comes to negotiation. Somebody, for one reason or the other, is usually able to get something more. That is the focus, really. But more often than not, if you really want negotiation to succeed in the real sense of it, you need to give something in order for you to even enjoy whatever it is that you. Now, like everything in life, there is a way of doing negotiation. We talk about strategies, tactics of negotiation. We'll break this up, but first, you'll talk about strategy being a plan of action designed to achieve a long-term objective. Tactic, on the other hand, is an action, plan to achieve a specific purpose. Okay, why are you in negotiation? Okay, why choose negotiation? All that is part of what we're talking about. Next slide, please. Well, this is just a breakup of looking side by side what a strategy constitutes and what a tactic. And like I said, strategy talks about the why, while tactic talks about the how. Next slide, please. All right, now we start with strategy. And the first we'll talk about, there are two basic strategies here. It's either competitive or collaborative. The other words for that is to talk about distributional, what you call distributional bargaining. And then the other is integrated bargaining. Now, both of these have various elements, and we'll see that in the next slide. Now, look at this side by side. You look at the distributional, which is the competitive, and then the integrative, which is the collaborative. What are the hallmarks of a competitive or distributional bargaining approach? When people have information, they want to hoard it. There's that element of distrust. What if I give a little? Won't this be seen as a sign of weakness, and so on and so forth? Is it seen like a war? That's something we have to win, something we have to, and at the end of the day, what is the most likely outcome? It's a win. Somebody wins, somebody, like war. It is the victors that write the history. Now look at the other side of it, and you have the collaborative or integrative approach to negotiation. Here, you are not looking to lord it over the other person. You're not looking to take advantage of their weaknesses. You're looking for mutual growth. You're looking to share information that will empower the other party. You're looking to build trust and, you know, utilize creativity to resolve whatever the problem is. And this goes a long way to ensuring that both parties to the negotiation win something. We often say that for a collaborative approach, it's a win-win outcome. So now, this is something that is often overlooked more often than not. But when somebody negotiates, looking closely at certain behavioral traits, some things that are reflected in the course of that negotiation, which you see in behavior, you see that in the person's behavior. Whether, for instance, this person is, you know, approaching this as an adversarial thing or looking at it to do it more collaborative in nature. Next slide, please. Now, when you talk about negotiation behaviors, you have about 5 of them. Yes, what the attacking, evading, informing, opening, and uniting behaviors. We'll break this down so that we understand what each of these stands for. Next slide. Now, attacking behaviors often reflect that adversarial mindset. And if you look at all the breakdown of the things you see when somebody is, you know, displaying what you call attacking behaviors in negotiation, look at threats, interruptions, frequent interruptions, the use of judgmental, you know, and hostile words, defensiveness, all these reflect attacking forms of negotiating behavior. Next slide. You also have, next slide, please. You also have the evading behavior. Sometimes now when people feel that they need to hide something, especially when it is defined more by trust rather than attempts to build trust, you see people trying to ignore things that you consider that one party says, these are important to me. They want to ignore those things. They want to say, oh, you know, it's not that important. Changing the subject abruptly, especially when the other person is so passionate about it, you know, or saying, oh, well, look, you know what, we'll talk about this later, you know, and then perhaps interrupting frequently to say, let me talk to somebody else who is not even in the venue of the negotiation. All these is what you call evading behaviors. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, I hope we have not skipped informing behaviors. Okay. Now, in the case of informing behaviors, these kind of behaviors try to expand understanding. You want to make the other person understand why you're making the kind of demands you're making and why that negotiation is important to you. You know, you try to convince the other party that this is really important and you will appreciate, you know, support you getting to where you want to get to in exchange for whatever it is that you are offering. So sometimes it will involve revealing your key needs and feelings, you know. All these have to do with how effectively you can communicate all this. Now, in opening behaviors, on the other hand, you are trying to reach over to the other side to say, look, let's have that handshake. And here you're saying, tell me, I need to know. You understand why you stand where you stand, why you're making the demands you're making, and so on and so forth. I mean, sometimes it will require you needing to listen closely and actively to what the other person is saying and being able to then say at the end of the day, if I understand you correctly, these are the demands you're making because of X, Y, and Z. And that helps the person, this feeling that you are listening to them sometimes wins them over to you. And more often than not, say, we encourage people to utilize opening behavior in negotiation processes. Next slide, please. You also have uniting behavior. This is about drawing the other party closer to you. Okay, how can we get this over the line? You know, let's do this together. We can do this together. You build rapport. You try to establish what you call common ground. And sometimes saying, okay, you know what? You're asking for 50, I'm asking for 60. You know what? Why don't we do this? You take 50, you take, I take, instead of 60, all right, let me reduce my demand by 5. And then you do the same on your part. And at the end of the day, looks like you have a balance of sorts. That is what you call splitting the difference. Next slide, please. Now, we have talked about strategies now and behaviors. Now, tactics. Now, tactics, again, like those behaviors, come in many forms. They are manipulative tactics, delay tactics, collaborative tactics, pressure tactics, power tactics, and influence tactics. Let's see what each of these mean in real life. Now, manipulative tactics reflects the word manipulative itself. You are trying to con, if I can use that word, the other party into agreeing to something that may not necessarily be in their best interest. You're trying to create an environment that's, whether using pressure or whatever, or threats, or emotional outbursts, or whatever, throwing tantrums sometimes. All these are meant to manipulate. I said we negotiate every day and with everyone. Our spouses sometimes would, sometimes in trying to get us to do something that we're reluctant to do, would, try to, turn the screw sometimes. All these are manipulative forms of, and they come in different forms. Aggressive behavior, the use of, if you know what it means, good cop, bad cop, one person is nice, the other person is hostile. The nice one tries to give you the impression that, well, let me help you against this hostile person. But then you need to, come good by me, and so on and so forth. They get the job done, but they're working together. Can we move on to the next? You also have delay tactics, and delay tactics are just that. They try to, force, whoever is using this is trying to force the other into, limiting their options in a way. Now, for instance, the tactic you call limited authority is when, after doing all the sweating, the negotiation, back and forth, then the other party says, the person who would really approve this, our final agreement is not here. Now, that's a problem. Stalling is another. You say, I need time to think about this. That's stalling. Okay, busy bee is a bit different. It's there, but not there. Pretending that there are some other important things that need equal attention at the same time. So, please excuse me can you give me like 5 minutes? Let me quickly attend to something, and then goes and come back, and then, okay, where were we? And then before long, something else, and then he says, oh, I'm sorry, I need to take this call. All that. You become impatient. This is psychological. You become impatient. You sometimes want to say, look, let's just get this over with. I'm tired of waiting, and so on and so forth. Let's move on to the next, please. So now we try to encourage collaborative tactics, and here may involve making concessions, little concessions, but let me be clear, when you make concessions, make it conditional. Okay, I'm willing to give this, but I also want you to, give something, however little. Okay, trial balloon is where you simply just say, okay, what if we do this? Can we try X, Y, Z? Using consultation. Appealing to authorities, we both agree that the Bible is the, pardon me using any particular thing, something you can both agree is something that can give you the right information about anything. How was the world created? Okay, if you are both Christians, you go to the Bible. If you are both Muslims, you go to the Quran to provide guidance. And once you read the Quran and the Quran says this is how it was created, you can say, oh, well, so we don't have any conflict in that area. Appeal to authority is talking to somebody who should know, a subject matter expert, to say, okay, to build a bungalow, a 3-bedroom bungalow, how many tons of rod, 6 mm or 8 mm or 9 mm rod do we need? How many cement blocks, how many bags of cement? The person who knows, the subject matter expert, can readily give you that. Okay, this can be a negotiation we're having with your builder. And he says, oh, I need 2,000 bags. The subject matter expert will say, well, you don't need more than 1,600 bags. And so you could also use trade-offs, shared interest. Next slide, please. But in collaborative tactics, you put your hands together in order to get the negotiation across the line. You also have pressure tactics, again, another form of manipulative tactic, okay? Use of deadline, okay, if you don't do this by so time, it's off. Okay, withdrawal from process, sometimes people stage walkouts or mock walkouts. They pretend, we do this every time we go to the market. Person who is trying to sell you something, say, this price is too high. I'm leaving if you don't want to sell. And then you start walking away, but you have you're just waiting for that little, and then you look back and say, is he calling me? You want to come back, but all that. So take it or leave it, chicken. That's two phyllos flying straight at each other. Okay, the one that evades that collision is the one, stare down the other party. Okay, let's see who blinks first. That is, and then the use of threats, among other things you could use. Next slide, please. Well, in the case of power tactics, sometimes you simply just want to lord it over the other person. I'm a friend of the IGP, I'm a friend of the SPSP president. When it comes to, doing any number of things, I can get him to, step in on my behalf or whatever. Sometimes somebody's stopped at a roadblock for something, and instead of producing what the officer is asking, you say, I'm a friend of the area commander, I'm a friend of general this or that. All that is you're trying to simply just overwhelm the other party with that information you are providing. Say, well, this has never happened, the use of precedent. This has never happened, it can never happen, but it's not. All these are just forms of trying to manipulate the other party into doing what we want. Next slide, please. Okay, sometimes you want to use influence rather than threats. And in this case, you can persuade. So, well, I appeal to your conscience as a God-fearing fellow or whatever. You could consult. Say, well, Reverend Imam, so if Imam is a friend of my family, I want him to please talk to you on my behalf. The use of invitation, which is also manipulative, is also part of what are classified under the broad category of influence tactics. Next slide, please. Now, in every negotiation process, understand very well that sometimes the other party will try to manipulate you using what we call dirty tricks. Some of them have been mentioned as part of the slides: use of delays and deadlines, blowing hot and cold, good cop, bad cop, and, deliberate falsehood sometimes. You need to understand all this and be prepared to read it, and if necessary, tell the other party, I understand what you're trying to do. This busy bee that you are doing, you are busy at this point in time. Can you give me a specific time when you will really have time for this negotiation so that we can get this across the board? Now, when the person, you've called that tactic, now the person is unlikely to continue. please. Trying to do everything to control. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, now we want to know, for negotiation to be effective, you need to, be mindful of 4 key principles here. To understand that the people negotiating with you and the problem that you are negotiating over, the issue over which you are negotiating, are 2 different things. Keep the issue in the front burner. Sometimes ignore the people. I'm not saying ignore the people as in, step away from them. No, they may have their whatever, but keep that aside. That's not the issue at hand. Address the problem. Try to see how you resolve the problem. You don't like that person's disposition. You don't even like his cologne. The perfume he's putting on is nauseating you. That's not why you are there. Focus on the reason why you are there. Focus on your interest, not position, not talking about, okay, I no go agree. Okay, I will not agree. I will not agree doesn't take you anywhere. But I want 45, 50% salary increase is the interest. I will not agree, to continue working here. Doesn't tell whoever you are negotiating with anything. So focus on on the interest on the table, not the positions of the party that are mounting them. Now, as often as possible, always look for how you can meet the other party halfway. Halfway doesn't mean 50-50, but as much as possible, what can this person get out of this process that will ensure that in future, we can readily collaborate? What are those uniting behaviors that you could display that will help the other party to, in future, collaborate more openly with you? And anytime you get into a deadlock, find a mutually acceptable criteria that will enable you to move beyond that deadlock. Okay, the builder and the person who wants to build, why don't we call a quantity surveyor? Okay, a quantity surveyor is a subject matter expert, be able to give us something that both of us can agree upon. Next slide, please. Now, sometimes you come to a deadlock, what you call an impasse. And here, sometimes you simply need to, just give the other side, both of you give yourself the opportunity to calm down, okay? Sometimes you may just say, you know what? Well, I thank you for how far we have gotten, but I don't know. I feel like I need a drink, How about we break for lunch for now so that we can change the subject? Sometimes it helps to break that. Sometimes you say, well, let's think together on this thing. Let's put our heads together and see whether, how this helps. Brainstorm together. Throw some crazy ideas on the table. And if there's any emotional subject on the table, the person says, something that is important to the other person, which that person feels very, very deeply about, you want to be clear that you deal with that issue. Handle it carefully. It's important that you be sensitive to the needs of the other person, what the person is emotional about, and so on and so forth. And sometimes, if you are negotiating in teams, a member of the negotiating team may be the clog in the wheel of progress there. It may be a good idea to then ask the person to step down, recuse him or herself, and then get somebody, a breath of fresh air into that process, so that once that person is out of that, this thing, the other party feels a bit more comfortable negotiating with others who are a bit more agreeable. Now, for you to be effective, focus on the reason why you are negotiating at all times. Don't waste time on trivial issues. Sometimes you need to warehouse all those small issues and say, oh, we'll come back to those ones later. They're not as important as what we're talking about. You need to know what you want and what the other side wants. If you listen actively to them and it reflects that you're interested in what they are talking about. But if you don't know what they want, and that's why the fact that they've talked on for 2-3 hours, you still can't get what they want. Better you match the break, ask them what exactly do you want. Okay, the same goes for you. Don't give anything up for nothing. And like I said, in the preparation stage, always have a best alternative to your negotiated agreement, a fallback position. Now, always important so that they don't pull the, missing authority trick on you. You always want to say, am I negotiating with somebody who really has the authority to, finalize this negotiation? It's always important that you ask that even at the beginning of the day, so that I don't say, oh, well, we've agreed, but I need to talk to my boss who will then approve. That's like starting it all over again. Now, to stay in play, control your temper as much as possible. If somebody says no, try to probe further. Why are they saying no? Is this something you've said? Is this something that you have not considered or the person has not even talked about? You need to be clear. You need to be firm, at the same time, flexible. As much as possible, negotiation is a communication process. Try to use friendly tones. Once your tone begins to rise, you're already, becoming agitated. The other side could take advantage of you. If there are issues that appear difficult to resolve, put them aside and then talk about other issues. Perhaps if you agree on those issues, you will be able to get back to that, knotty problem, then eventually agree on it. Don't threaten to leave unless you really mean to leave. I say, well, that's what I have to give you. If you don't like it, well, I can't help you. If you use words like that, you better mean it. Sometimes you use words like that, even though you are also interested in finalizing that negotiation. But somewhere down the line, you have used that word, the other party stands up and say, well, if that's the way you want to do this, no problem, we can leave. So, a good and effective negotiator has a number of traits. Always calm and confident. They are flexible when they need to be, and they can be firm when the situation demands it. They need to listen, be good listeners, not good talkers, okay? They need patience and persistence. Sometimes some negotiations prove a bit, difficult. They are difficult to get across the line. The Israeli-Palestinian negotiation has been on for decades. But little by little gains are made from time to time. That's something you need to consider. You need to be able to read the situation. Very good abilities of perception. You need to be able to read the situation, even read the person. Is this person, even though this person is smiling, there seems to be that sadness behind their eyes, and so on and so forth. Or perhaps the paralanguage, the body language of the person is telling you something that, that the words that the person is muttering is contradicting the body language. You must have a good sense of humor. You must be able to, joke, light joke, please. Sometimes if your joke is heavy, too heavy for the other party may take it, differently. So you must be able to say, well, me, I didn't go to secondary school. I didn't go to grammar school or high school. I went to secondary. Secondary terms are not very important. So I don't understand the grammar that you just used. The person will laugh. It helps sometimes to douse tension, okay? And as much as possible, try to be sincere and honest. You can gain something from a negotiation process, but if the other party realizes that you lied and manipulated them using lies or deception, there may be some reckoning. You need to be very careful not to be dishonest, and to be sincere as much as possible with the other party. What you build beyond the negotiation is what you're looking at. You may have reason to negotiate again, and you want to ensure that the person will readily be willing to negotiate with you, not come in with suspicion and mistrust. With this, I think we have come to the end of this presentation. I have just 33 seconds. I don't know whether anyone has a question.
I have a question.
We can take one question and we next paper. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Identify
So,
yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm Professor Tunji Aziz. You have given us about different options or different types of negotiation, but are these mutually exclusive? Or you can start with one and then dovetail into another and then another?
Well, what I've just done is to, exposit on what you could come across in the process of negotiating, behaviors, tactics, strategies, and you must be able to read them, understand them, read them, and let it guide your actions. They're not mutually exclusive. It's you in setting out, you want to ensure that that negotiation succeeds. And as much as possible, you want to do all those things that will help you. However, like I said, people negotiate on the basis of the experience of negotiation that they have. Don't allow anybody to manipulate you. If they are manipulating you, you know what to watch out for. Okay, this person is just trying to manipulate me, not okay. Use more effect, get them to do the right thing, their sincerity, their honesty. Sometimes at the beginning, you may say it out that, look, I expect both of us I want to be as sincere as possible and honest. I don't want to win anything through deception. And this is what I also expect of you that I'm negotiating with. That already sets the tone for, what you're about to do. And the other person, becomes guided as a result to say, well, but please always understand that because it is an adversarial process, most people see it as adversarial. It's a fight. It's something to win. And therefore, they want to do everything possible. But you need to be able to decipher all those things. You need to be able to read, the process and understand when you are getting something that is tangible or what somebody is simply just throwing some smoke screen your way. I don't know whether this answers your question, Prof.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Prof, for that, your intervention and the question. And of course, Dr. Faleti, thank you so much for taking us through this very important paper, Negotiations in Conflict Situations. Of course, there are takeaways that we must quickly go back to. Dr. Faleti has told us that in negotiation, you must make sure that you don't give anything, and you must make sure you get something before you give something away also. That he also said, always have a fallback position, be firm, be flexible, and you must also be under, that is, you must be able to control yourself. And at the same time, the negotiator or the negotiating persons must be good listeners, have a lot of patience and be persistent. At this point, we'll move on to our next paper, which is Mediation, a community-based interventionist approach. It will be presented by yet another scholar, practitioner, a fellow of the SPSP, former secretary of the SPSP, Dr. Adams Adeola, SPSP. Dr. Adams Adeola, if you are on, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. It's my great pleasure being here this morning. May I request the secretary to kindly help me project my slides? Thank you. I recognize the president of our society and, of course, all the elders in the house. My name is Adeola Adams. I'll be presenting on this interventionist approach. So we'll move on. Obviously, there is a high demand for services of.
Can you increase your? Can you speak louder, sir? You're audible, but a bit louder. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Now we can.
It's better now, sir. It's better now, sir.
Thank you. By way of introduction, I said there is a high demand for the services of mediators globally. And this can be attested to by the drive to acquire ADR skills by various professionals across the board. And of course, the previous presentation speaks to the fact that more often than not, mediation, negotiation do break down due to certain issues that may arise. And of course, when negotiation process breaks down, there must be an alternative to take it up and help the parties to arrive at an amicable settlement. And I think mediation provides one of those tools that will help parties who could not reach agreement get an amicable settlement. So we'll be focusing on these core objectives, trying to know what mediation is, the principles, what are the mediation.
No, we can hardly hear you, sir.
Yes. Now.
Dr. Lanre, please, can you mute the rest of us? Dr. Lanre, please.
There are complaints on your voice level. Can you increase your voice level, please?
Please, can you hear me now?
Yes, you are very audible, but I think you were distracted by audio from other quarters. So I'm requesting Dr. Lanre to please mute the rest of us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your intervention. I was trying to reflect on some of the core objectives that we'll be addressing in this presentation, trying to understand what mediation is, what are the basic principles that drive mediation, what are pre-mediation issues, and what are the strategies, what are the stages, how do we come about a settlement agreement, which is usually a product of the mediation process, post-mediation follow-up, and of course, we'll try to look at some hints about community dialogue and mediation. Mediation has been defined very, very widely. As I've projected here, it's a voluntary, non-binding, a private resolution process in which a neutral person assists the parties to reach an acceptable, mutually acceptable or accepted settlement. If you look at these definitions and quite a number of others, what all of them are driving at is the fact that mediation is a voluntary process It's a non-binding process. It's a private process. It is driven by a third party. The motive is to assist the parties who are involved in that conflict. And of course, there must always be an acceptable settlement. So these are the bold words or the key words that can be extracted from what mediation is. So anything that does not align with some of these perspectives would naturally fall short of what mediation is. And let me emphasize here that mediations are usually conducted by those you can refer to as elders. Mediators are elders. Elders in the sense that they are always trying to restore normalcy. They want to restore peace among parties who are in disputes. It's also very important for us to look at community. What do we mean by community? For us to be able to expand the scope of what community-based intervention is all about. We should have to understand that a community is a group of people that are bound together by common ideas, values, culture, agenda, goals, purpose, aspiration, and what have you. When people are bound together, in one common purpose, and therefore you can have ethnic communities, you can have indigenous communities, you can have religious community, you can have international community, academic community, corporate community, professional community, and of course, there is what you can refer to as online community in the contemporary terms. What it means is that it opens the fiesta, the space where a mediator can actually domesticate his or her ADR learnings. And you also agree with me, starting from our first presentation, that mediation is just one of those key tools, mechanisms, options for resolving disputes. But it has become one of the most popular way of bringing parties together amicably. And that is why mediation seems to be expanding both in scope and in content globally. In some institutions abroad, they have actually dedicated a whole department to mediation. And that is to show that mediation holds a lot of prospects for those who will want to go into the society and make their intervention to influence relationships. And of course, okay, we talked about, conflict resolution in continuum, from negotiation, mediation, arbitration, med-app, which are hybrid, processes. But the point I'm trying to emphasize here is the fact that within the conflict resolution continuum, the alternatives that we have is usually alternative from litigation. When you move away from litigation, there are so many other platforms that one can, explore. And one of the very critical ones that we want to explore in this presentation is mediation. So what are the key profile of the mediation? What are the things that we know we know a mediator, to be? Number one, a mediator is a catalyst. A mediator is a scribe, is a manager of the process, is a communicator. He is a motivator. And oftentimes, a mediator can be a scapegoat. Yes, it can be a scapegoat. But let me just take on catalyst. We just had a presentation on negotiation, and we're made to know that there are actually certain behaviors that can make negotiation to falter, or for negotiation not to be successful. And that is where a mediator can come in to serve as a catalyst to speed up that process. For those of us who are familiar with our elementary biology, We know what a catalyst is. Now, what are the advantages of mediation? Mediation preserves relationships. It facilitates settlement, amicable settlement, not just settlement, but amicable, effective settlement. It saves resources in terms of time, money, and what have you. It eases court congestion, as we have that happening in various parts of the country. And of course, it is very inclusive and it is accessible. So those are the edge that mediation has displayed over the years, over most especially litigation, which are some of our takeaways. So one of the questions you are likely going to ask is that when do you use mediation? Interestingly, when mediation started, we were made to realize that mediation can only be used for civil cases, cases that are, civil, domestic issues, that it cannot venture into criminal matters. Now, mediation can actually be deployed to deal with criminal issues. And this can only be explained within the purview of what we call restorative justice. The range of justice keeps expanding. Now, we don't just have distributive justice. We now have what we call restorative justice. Our legal system should not just be punitive. It should still be proactive to deal with some special cases. Now, there are two aspects of mediation. You can have the theoretical component of mediation, and of course, there is the practice. They are related, very related, but they are very different. Let's not take for granted the fact that we have formed a forum in this program, and we are trying to dialogue based on strategies of carrying out some of these processes. But at times when we get to the field, it's usually a different ballgame. You need to feel the heat for you to appreciate, what it is. And that is why you should not stop at, this classroom exercise. This just, garbage in, garbage out. There must be a deliberate attempt to put those skills into use and test them so that you now know where your strength is. Everybody, is equipped differently. When you go into the field and you put this into use, you'll be able to discover your strengths in the area of mediation. There are principles that drive the process of mediation: confidentiality, voluntariness, neutrality and impartiality, ownership, respect, empathy, self-determination, empowerment, and education. I know quite a number of us on this platform, we must have gone through some basic process of mediation. And what I need to emphasize here is this issue of voluntariness. So many, legal practitioners kept on asking, like, why do we continue to push mediation and other ADR processes into the public space when at the end of the day, most of these processes still end up in court? And of course, what they are actually doing is to give us their own testimony about mediation. But we have a different testimony. If you design the process very well, if you follow the procedure, very well, most times you are going to have an effective, outcome. There will always be an effective outcome. And that takes us to the next slide. Let's look at mediation in practice. One of the very important questions people ask is, how does it happen? Just like the way I used to ask, how does litigation happen? How do you engage in the process of litigation? There are what we call pre-mediation issues, issues that must be taken into consideration before you can embark on a mediation process. And one of them is, who initiates a mediation process? Is it by the invitation of one of the parties or both of them? It can be through the invitation of one or both. There can be referral by a competent court, as we have them in various states, that we now have what we call the multi-door courts, which have the facility of ADR, not just mediation, but other processes like arbitration, like any neutral evaluation, and other processes, so that when a case is screened, we'll be able to know which of the doors that can readily accommodate such cases. So it can be initiated by a court of law. It can be initiated by a concerned individual or groups, concerned individuals who feel that certain parties have to toe the line of ADR. Now, a mediator can also take up that initiative. A mediator can take up the initiative to invite the parties, especially the kind of mediator we call independent mediator. That are the category of mediators we refer to as independent mediators, who strive by building trust. When they build trust, they are easily going to, without being invited, they can intervene in dispute. And of course, there can be sponsorship by a recognized institution, just like Society for Peace Studies and Practice. There are what we call phases of mediation. I'm just going to run through them so that when there are questions, we can talk about it. In other institutions, in other places, you can have 3 stages of mediation. You can have 4, you can have 7, you can have 12. I've attended quite a number of such. But what we are adopting, I will feel that the appropriate for you are these 5 stages of mediation. And the first one is preparation. Preparation, as we all know, is very, very key in whatever we do. And it tells how far we are likely going to accomplish, the task that is ahead. And there are a lot of issues that are involved in introduction. The second one is what we call opening. Others may call it introduction. And of course, there is what we call exploration, or what they often refer to as storytelling. Now we have what we call the stage number 4 is negotiation, or in other climes, they call it joint problem solving. You can now see that negotiation is part and parcel of mediation. That is why mediation is usually referred to as a facilitated negotiation. So what happened in mediation is actually negotiation. That process that direct parties are not able to fruitfully deliver mediation process. A mediator will be there to assist them in delivering it. Then the last stage is what we call the conclusive aspect of the process, which involves drafting and signing of agreement. We'll just go through each one of them shortly. In preparation, there are what we call the initial inquiry. One of the things that you need to be settled is that, is this dispute suitable for mediation, which we refer to as referral criteria? There are quite a number of criteria for determining the suitability of a conflict or a dispute for mediation, and you have to clear that. And the fundamental, clause here is that the parties, do they have very strong relationship? If parties have very strong relationship, if parties must have future together, if they must continue to operate within the same space, we are likely going to recommend mediation for them. We're likely, because mediation is what will ensure that they deal with that dispute once and for all. So, and that is the only way we are sure that they will not be relapsed, or they will not become arch enemy. They will not overheat the polity or the society or the space which they are operating. Now, the second one is approaching a mediator. How do you, get a mediation on board? Who should we seek to come and help us mediate on this dispute? You may also look for an organization. You want to go to SPSP to recommend, or you want to use SPSP facilities, for this process. It is also very, very important. And most of these things can be determined by the nature of the dispute. Now, another important component is persuading reluctant parties. Most times, parties don't know what mediation is all about, and they may not even be willing to want to go through that route. So it is the responsibility of the mediator and or the institution that is trying to launch it to persuade the parties, sell the idea to them, and let them know that this particular process will not just serve their interests, it will also take care of their needs. Unlike litigation that is only interested in the rights of the parties. Now, agreeing the terms of mediation, there are, terms like confidential, the privilege, the cost, if it is a professional mediation process, the authority, the representation, the venue to be used, the time, who should, are going to appear for the proceedings. All these are very, very important that you have to take care at the preparation stage. The venue of the mediation section is very, very important. Like Dr. Fality informed us in the previous presentation, it is usually preferred that we use a neutral and comfortable base for a mediation process. And such a place must be comfortable for the parties to be able to want to function very well, because you must create that enabling environment. Now, we also expect that in that particular venue that you have chosen must have the standard facilities for a mediation process. For instance, it should have what we call separate rooms for caucusing. There must be conveniences. It must be aerated. It must be where there's enough ventilation. It must be kept neat. I mean, most of these things are very, very important. You have to make sure that all these are settled at the preliminary stage. That place must be well kept. If you like, beautify the environment of a mediation, because mediation is very psychological in nature. It has a psychological therapy. And if the venue is at war with itself, it will be very difficult, for that process to progress. So those are the preliminary, stages, which we call the preparation stage. And of course, we move to the next stage, which is the opening, which I also refer to as introduction. And this is where parties have agreed on the process, who is coming, where are we meeting, what time. So we now want to open the plenary proper. And one of the things you do at the plenary is to welcome the parties. A mediator must have a strategic way of welcoming the parties. And what we're saying is that you have to meet the party warmly. When you meet parties in dispute warmly, what are you trying to do? You are trying to give them assurances. You are trying to assure them that they are in the right place, for that matter to be sorted out. You are trying to tell them that you are available for them, for whatever questions. You are giving them assurances and you are encouraging them to let them know that mediation works. Make it neutral, simple, and uncomplicated. You don't need to be so complex. You don't need to exercise any fear. Be natural and make it as simple as possible. Don't try to impress anybody. Just, flow in the spirit of mediation, and you see how the parties are going to fall in line. Now, the main business, ushering the parties into a joint section. Make sure that you have prepared the seats of the parties where each parties are going to be seated. Make sure they are already prepared, well prepared. Sometimes you can even label the seats. And of course, the very, very important thing is what we call the the opening statement. The opening statement is where the mediator will introduce himself and will also expect the parties to introduce themselves. The opening statement of the mediator is very, very key, and it is usually packaged. I think there's going to be a sample of such that we are going to circulate to all members, I mean, all participants in this program, so that you know that the mediator's openings is usually carefully, crafted, and it contains quite a number of issues that would lay down the procedure for carrying out that process. It will tell us the responsibility of each party, including the mediators and all the parties, that are part of that process. So, having done that, it will now be expected that we should move to the next level. We should now move to the next level.
Dr. Adams, you are muted, sir. Dr. Adams, you are muted. You may need to unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. I can see you are still on those.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay.
And you can also increase your volume a little. We are struggling to hear you. We can hear you, but just a little louder. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
thank
and you have to.
I have to do what? I am moving very, very fast. I'm moving very, very fast. The mediator's opening, I talked about it. I'm sure that when
you have just 2 minutes to run down.
Dr. Adams, I'm sure that I have more than 2 minutes. If I have 40 minutes, because I'm actually monitoring my time, Mr. Mediator. Thank you, sir.
Adams, you have 2 minutes to run down.
The storytelling, the first stage is the storytelling, where the parties are expected to make their submission. You give the parties, the floor to be able to make their submission. The first party, talk, and there are strategies of determining who speak first. You have to do it scientifically in such a way that it does not compromise your stand as being biased. You must agree on who is going to, start the process. And of course, when you decide to invite a particular party, to make a presentation, you must validate it from the other party. And there must be duration attached to each of the parties. And after the parties have made their submissions, the mediator is supposed to make certain extracts from that particular, from those submissions, by the parties. And there will be areas of agreement and there will be areas of disagreement. From the narrations of the parties, the areas of disagreement are what the mediator will take to the next stage, which is the negotiation stage. There are strategies of doing this to extract, areas that have been, controversial between the parties, that the parties have not agreed on. And this is where you bring to the negotiation stage. And you must do it in such a way that you itemize those, issues that seem to be in contention between or among the parties. And you now pick them one after the other for discussion, allowing the party to speak to those issues. And from there, you begin to get agreement, revolve around them. In the process of doing this, there can be what we call caucusing, that is private meetings with either of the parties, which you also have to do very technically or scientifically, such that the other party will not feel that you are trying to, woo, you are trying to compromise, the other party. So there are ways of doing that. And having done this, these areas of contention that we have brought for discussion would lead us to the next stage, or the last stage as the case may be, which is the settlement agreement. It's expected that each of the contentious issues should lead us to the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement should be simple as possible, should be as simple as possible. The mediator should assist the party. It is the responsibility of the mediator to help the parties draw the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement should cover all the issues that have been raised, especially those ones that are in contention. All the agreement that have been built around those contested issues should form the basis of that agreement. After drafting the agreement, the mediator should read the content to the parties, and ask them to make further input if that will be, if there will be further, input on it. And if so much agree, now the parties can now be asked, to sign, the agreement. The agreement should be as simple as possible, like you said. It contains the title of the agreement, names and designation, signature and addresses of the parties. There should be clearly framed resolution. Resolutions must not be at war with self. They must not be too complex to understand. There are certain resolutions that can trigger more, problems, and we have to avoid this. This, should be taken care of in our communication, tactics. And of course, there's what we call post-mediation follow-up. After the parties have agreed, we should endeavor to ask them to append their signature on the settlement agreement. When they append their signature on the settlement agreement, it is an indication that they have agreed. And of course, the settlement agreement is not an end in itself. It is just an end to the mediation process. The major tasks between the parties are just starting. So which means they will have to implement the content of the agreement. So, and that's why we have what we call a post-mediation follow-up. As a mediator, you are expected to call the parties from time to time, ask them about their general welfare, ask them about how they are getting along with the implementation of the agreement, offer advices and encouragement where necessary. Now, you must also try to open your door for remediation. If they are having issues, you should tell them that there may be, mediation. Now, these are additional hints. This is the last slide for additional hints, especially when you are dealing with community, community disputes. And what we are saying here is that if you are dealing with a community dispute, you are likely to be dealing with a lot of people. It is not the case where you deal with, 2 parties, 3 or 4 parties. A whole village, you may be dealing with a whole community of, as we define it in our preliminary, presentation. So it requires you to develop a high level of facilitation skills, because you'll be dealing with a lot of emotions. You'll be dealing with a lot of people, at the same time. It is always, encouraged that there should be a stakeholders workshop. You state a stakeholders workshop where you bring, the parties into a workshop to prepare their mind, treat them nicely, prepare their mind for the main mediation, process. You can also do that if there are 2 people, but, stakeholders workshop is always very, very expensive and costly. Now, when you are dealing with community, disputes, and you are using community dialogue, you need to spot the leaders of such groups, because it is the leaders that you are going to be focusing more on. And of course, you need a very large space. There can be external, support for you to be able to do this. You have to focus on collective needs rather than peculiar needs of the leaders or any of the group members. Now, you must have a tactics in crowd control. It does happen sometimes when you have to deal with a lot of crowd. Now, you may also have what to call team of mediators, which
Dr. Adams, you wish to round off now?
Yes, I'm actually rounding up. You need relative publicity for this kind of process. And of course, if it is a community, you can have culture and customs staying out. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for listening. So, Mr. Moderator, I think I'm done with my presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Adams, you indeed have done very well. You use your time so very well. At this point, I will tell us on the platform if anyone has questions for Dr. Adams or comment, where like we did earlier, we will entertain only one question. So those of us on the platform, please, if you have a question.
A question.
Quickly and
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Let me start with the comment. What I have noticed.
Go ahead.
Yes. What I have noticed from all the presentations is that all the mechanisms of resolving conflict seems to have negotiation in common, running through all of them. Now, what I've also noticed from the presentation is that there hasn't been much emphasis on the skills required of a mediator, or the kind of character that a mediator should bring in the mediation process. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think maybe because this is
identify yourself quickly and ask the question.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, we don't know who you are, please.
If you remember, one of the takeaways with regard to your question, when we're talking about principles that guide the process of mediation, we listed quite a number of things that you need to hone your skill on. How to make the process confidential. It's a confidential process. You are acting as a neutral party. You have to make yourself a neutral third party intervener, and you have to be empathetic. You must be empathetic. You have to see it as an empowerment process where a mediator tends to equip the parties with relevant information, because one of the reasons why parties find it very difficult, to reach agreement, most often is because they don't have enough information to take decisions. And by virtue of your experience and your learnings, you should be able to provide some information to them that will help them to shift ground and probably move towards amicable, settlement. So I'm sure that the slide will be circulated to you, and so that you can read up some of these strategies. It must be I talked about the profile of a mediator also, that you must be a catalyst that can speed up you need a high level of integrity. When you're a catalyst, it means you can influence the parties, and you don't need too much time. The way you speak, the way you address them, the way you respect them, will naturally, make you suitable to be able to drive the process and help them achieve amicable settlement. Thank you very much. Hello, Hello, Doc.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for talking about mediation. I think our anchor is up here. So for now, we are going on a 10-minute break. We are going to resume at exactly 12:25. I will be taking a presentation from Professor Wapner, who will be talking to us about civil military relations. So today we've looked at negotiation by Dr. Quality, we've looked at overview by Dr. Victor, we've looked at monitoring and evaluation by Dr. Celebon, and now we just looked at mediation from Dr. Adams. So please stretch your legs, take water, walk around if possible. And if you want, if you're not, this is not lunch time, please. It's time for you to take water or a drink. Thank you. I'll meet you all at 12:25. Thank you. Please go for your short break. We have 3 minutes to the end of the break. I want to assume we've taken water, we've taken drink, we've relaxed a little, we've stretched our legs. The program starts back in just 3 minutes. The facilitator is already on ground, is online already, and will be presenting very soon. So I want to assume we are all seated now, adjusting our seats, adjusting our laptop. We have about 30 seconds left before the break ends. Immediately after Professor Wakmo takes his class, we'll now have the class of the doyen of peace studies, Professor Isaac Olawale Albert, who will be taking us on community engagement. Community engagement is one of the key things we are doing in this training. One of the key things we are hoping to project to show that we could easily use some of our skills right there in the community where we are, at the local community, and how we can intervene not only humanitarianly but also with peace in our local communities. It's very important. One of the important things for us is the takeaways from all our trainings is to let you know that negotiation, mediation, every other of the things we are doing here, building partnerships, stakeholders engagement, building trust, all of them are aimed at ensuring that we have practical skills that can help us to relate well at the community level, to push not just our work further, but also to be involved in issues of humanitarian interventions anywhere we find ourselves. At this juncture, let me welcome Professor Wakmuk as he makes his presentation. Professor Wakmuk, like I said earlier, is a professor of peace and is the head of department in National Defense College, Nigerian Defense College, Defense Academy in Kaduna. He's the head of department for Defense and Security Studies. He's a veteran speaker on civil military relations. He has a lot of expertise in international relations and also in political science, in peace, and in peace interventions. Please help me as I welcome Professor Shagdam Wakmok for his presentation. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Larry. It's a big pleasure to actually be here. A big pleasure to be interacting with the peace community as usual. It was so exciting when we had our interaction in Kaduna, and here we are now online to share our insights on a number of issues, including civil-military relations. And please, if you can hear me, please, Larry, confirm.
Yes, we can, sir. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, that said, I have been invited to speak on civil-military relations. Now, that actually is a very broad topic, and I felt that we need to contextualize it. civil military relations can exist in various dimensions. And I thought that, and of course, we know that as a concept, even is actually very broad. I decided to give it a little bit of scope that can be manageable, and more so that we are witnessing some challenges in recent times. Some countries have witnessed the truncating or the some military coups, return to military coups in some countries, and that I thought that we could actually focus on that dimension by looking at civil military relations and democratic stability with reference to Nigeria. So the topic reframed reads civil military relations and democratic stability in Nigeria. I'll be introduced, so I don't need to repeat it again. My name is Shagnam Wapmok. Let me begin by saying that the whole idea about civil military relations is actually born out of a very deep conviction that no one, whether the military or civilians, can actually do it on their own. Do it alone. In fact, it was Helen Keller who actually argued that alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Okay? So the military as well as civilians need to actually work together to be able to achieve that much. So in this presentation, we are going to examine the state of civil military relations in Nigeria and the prospects as well as challenges it portends for democratic stability in Nigeria. Now, you will agree with me that civil military relations is actually essential. When the military and civilians work together, we are able to actually ensure that there is good governance, there is stability, national stability, as well as it can also go a very long way in aiding national prosperity. Okay. However, the understanding of civil military relations, I can tell you that it has remained a challenge. Sometimes the whole issue about civil military relations is misinterpreted. For instance, the way the military views civil military relations is different from the way other scholars as well as people on the streets might actually view civil military relations. The man on the street might view civil military relations in terms of how the military treats them. Their perception of the military is that it's a force, it's actually high-handed. They associate the military with maybe checkpoints, maybe how they treat them, etc. Okay. However, civil military relations with reference to democratic stability can actually mean something different. For instance, how do we subject the military to the protection of the civilians? How do we ensure that, look, there's a working relationship between the two parties, okay? So we need to ensure that the military understands civil military relations, particularly those at the top of the military echelon. They need to appreciate this to a very large extent. So we need to have a very good balance. There is no doubt, we all know that, look, the importance of the military cannot be overemphasized. They contribute a lot to nation building. They ensure that there is defense. We're able to actually go to sleep because some people's fathers and even mothers are out there protecting the nation. And so we need to actually accord them that respect. But despite these roles they actually play, we also know that sometimes their relationship with the civilians can actually be issues of deep concern. We all, as Nigerians, we know that to a very large extent, we know the military for the excessive use of force sometimes when they are sent to do something. The era of the military rule is a point in reference. We can't forget in a hurry, okay? At the slightest provocation, especially when civilians begin to misbehave in governance, the military step in, push them aside, take over governance. Virtually all facets of governance are actually taken over, okay? Now, within this period, you find out that there is a lot of strain in terms of the relationship between the military and the civilians, okay? So when we talk about civil military relations, what exactly are we talking about? We are referring to the totality of the relations between the military as well as the civilians, between the personnel as well as civilian components, okay? As I mentioned earlier, this issue about civil military relations is not an issue we frame in a vacuum. It has its own historical context. Nigeria's civil military relations, we can actually locate it to the colonial era, whereby the British government in particular put in place the military was actually put together with a view to ensure that they serve as an instrument for maintaining control for the British. But over we've seen some changes in this regard. We began with the civilian government because of the nature of democratic governance within the period. The military took over. Now, since 1966, when the military took over, the decades that followed, the stories were actually very different. We've seen successive coups and counter coups with the military taking over. And within this period, we can argue that the nature of the relationship between the military and the civilians was not exactly cordial. There was a struggle for return to democratic parts of governance for a very long time, with a lot of civil society actors, groups, pressure groups playing very important roles. Some were actually maltreated, some were incarcerated, and a lot of them had to even leave for abroad in order to be able to protect their lives, okay? So to a very large extent, where there is uneven civil-military relations, it actually affects the relationship between the civilians and the military too. It's often characterized by some form of misunderstanding and sometimes contestations, okay? We ask this question: how do civil-military relations affect Nigeria's democratic stability? What have been the challenges in terms of establishing existing effective civil-military relations? Or put differently, how have these challenges affected the establishment of effective civil-military control over the military, civilian control over the military? Okay. Now, the aim of this presentation is to examine the state of Nigeria's civil-military relations and to assess the implications of these relations for Nigeria's democratic governance. Scholars have, we move to conceptual clarification. Scholars have provided quite a number of definitions of civil-military relations. Now, quite a number of these definitions actually point to the fact that there is a need for deep interaction between the civil components and then the military components, okay, to ensure that governance, the expectations of governance are actually delivered. Others point to the fact that there is need for power sharing between the civilians and then the military. But the most important facet with respect to this presentation today is to be able to establish that there is also the need for civilian control over the military. How this is understood in the Nigerian context is a matter that will be spelled out in this presentation, okay? Now, there have actually been a lot of perspectives concerning this, both at the domestic as well as at the international levels. Because the issue of civil-military relations also delves into issues that have to do with peacekeeping, humanitarian affairs, and so many others as well. So they actually play different roles. For instance, because of these different dimensions, you find out the interpretation of civil-military relations differ. For the military, when they talk about civil-military relations, they're actually talking about how do we win the minds of civilians, the hearts of civilians, wherever we are. For instance, we are in peacekeeping. How do we ensure that we actually win their hearts and their minds? At the domestic level, you find out that when the military talk about civil-military relations, they're talking about how they should actually relate with the civilians. What kind of service should they provide for the civilians? Like in terms of building schools, building community centers, providing some form of services, mortuary treatment, etc., or providing some form of community intervention like healthcare, etc. This is how they interpret civil-military relations. But as I said, civil-military relations goes beyond just the provision of some essential services for the community. It is important, yes, but it goes beyond that, okay? So for the military, civil-military relations to be effective, then you have to win the hearts and minds. And so where you see the military establish a department of civil-military relations, they are actually talking about how to actually connect with the public, the civilian components. In a democratic society, however, civil-military relations are actually grounded on the principle of how civilians should be able to ensure control of the civilian component and keep it as a subordinate body for the protection of the civilian authorities, okay? No other scholars like Huntington have actually propounded and upheld this position, okay? So there is this thinking that the civilians are supreme, whereas, and should actually have upper hand or control over the military. Now, some works, scholarly works such as the one by Samuel E. Feiner, a famous political scientist, noted the importance of civil-military relations in his work, titled "The Man on the Horseback: The Role of the Military in Politics," where he pointed out, he tried to argue that there are several reasons why the military tend to intervene in politics. And he reeled out most of these to include issues such as they need to be able to exert some form of influence, direct influence over civilian leaders, especially when their interest is at stake. What kind of interest are we talking about? You are unable to meet their budget. Sometimes they interfere in the internal affairs of governance of civilians. And sometimes for reasons of blackmail, the military leverages on its strengths. They know that they are a force, and so sometimes they take advantage of these force they possess to be able to do this. And the intervention can also be in form of displacement, often through a coup. And we've seen this play out in many African countries, inclusive of Nigeria. Okay, so they displace the civilian components through such coups. Okay, but basically, what Finer was able to, was trying to actually put across is that if civilians are able to avoid most of these practices, and that could actually attract the military into intervening in politics, then this can actually be avoided. And he was also pointing out the need for military professionalism so that there will be no intervention in politics, and that they should uproot all the structural weaknesses that characterize governance by the civilians, so that they can actually truly serve as guardians for the military and not the other way around. So you try to draw a boundary between between the military as professionals and then professional civilians as well. Because when they act contrary to their convictions, then that is no longer to be entertained, okay? We move to rhetorical framework. There are a number of theories that have actually been propounded in this regard. I will make reference only to the one by Samuel Huntington, titled The Objective Control Theory. Now, so in Huntington's work, The Soldier and the State, he argued that there is need for a clear division of labor between civilian authorities and then the military. Now, that is a very important classic in the sense that it provides a lot of insight. For Huntington, he advocated for some of control, which can either be objective or subjective. For him, the objective controls takes place where the military remains professional, apolitical, and then they actually retain their own sphere of influence, which is to provide protection for the civilian component and to protect the state. To a very large extent, Huntington's perspective points to the need for professionalization of the military to serve as a prudent force for protection, for national defense, and not for it to, intervene in governance. As I said, there are a number of theories, but we will actually stay on this particular one. Please feel free to go through the other theories in the presentation, okay? Now I move to the historical background of civil-military relations in Nigeria. As I said, it has historical roots, has historical connection. So some of what we have actually replicated over the years are actually what was implanted by the British colonial powers, okay? So we've been able to actually inherit some of the complications and the dynamics, whereby the military was actually seen as an instrument, not necessarily for the protection of the citizenry, but for the protection of the regime in power. And so we've seen this play out up to today in many realms. You find out that there's always this perception that the military tilts its loyalty towards those in power rather than the civilian population that they ought to be protecting. Okay, so that dimension is actually a military inheritance. Now, how did civil-military relations exist under military rule? Beginning from 1966 to 1999. Of course, we had pockets of just short interregnums of civilian rule between 79 and then early 80s. You find out that within this period, there were a lot of civilian administrations were truncated by coups. For about 3 decades, the military were in dominance. And within this period, we saw that there were a lot of erosion of democratic institutions. Most of the authoritarian practices were actually entrenched within the period. There were a lot of dissent. Why? Because people felt that, look, the military had dominated the the space, the governance space. And so you are only in if you're actually friendly with the military, or they only want to actually involve a few. And so within the period, to a very large extent, civil-military relations was impacted significantly. The relationship between the civilians and the military was at its lowest ebb, if I might put it so. Because to a very large extent, party activities were not allowed, human rights were abused, free press was not allowed, and so many others. And so these were only to actually return after we returned to the path of democratic rule in 1999. And even so, even the democracy itself also retained some of this to a very large extent. Now, we saw some bit of challenges in the sense that even under democratic rule, we've seen situations whereby some of these were replicated. In what sense? You see some situations whereby we have, over the years, we've had a lot of security challenges from Boko Haram terrorism, Niger Delta crisis, the banditry, and so many others, where the military had to be involved. In fact, there is virtually no part of Nigeria that you not find the military actually involved in security provisioning, to the point whereby the military actually mount checkpoints, the job that is actually meant for the state police. Okay, now because they have to actually do this, you find a situation whereby the civilians become militarized in terms of behavior. And the civilians have also complained to some extent that, look, sometimes when you have the military involved in state affairs deeply like this, then they become vulnerable to the military. People have complained that of their high-handedness, their abuse of human rights, maltreatment, and violation to some extent, especially in conflict areas, the Northeast, North Central, etc., and so many other places, okay? So we've had situations of that nature. And I gave the example of the NSAS just as an example, okay? Then what happened in the NSAS is a matter of strong debate, but to an extent, the involvement of the military cannot we cannot overlook that, and the role they played in that regard, which has remained at least a reference point in the national discourse, okay? So there are many issues associated with civil-military relations and democratic stability in Nigeria. The first point of call in this regard, with respect to the civilian control of the military, if I must ask all of us there, to what extent can you say that, look, the civilian authority are able to control the military? Or can we say that the civilian authorities are at the mercy of the military? This is a question all of us need to ask. But the point I need to actually make reference to is that to a very large extent, the military has remained influential in national affairs, in national politics up to today. They are involved with elections, they are involved with even the budget that actually accrues to the military to a very large extent is a point of concern. So they've involved in constitutional matters just as they've been involved in so many other matters to some extent, okay? What of the military involvement in politics? I think I've alluded to that. The military lobbies very much for appointments, etc. And so if the civilian appoints the military, the question is, who are they going to be loyal to? For instance, our dear President Ahmed Bola Tinubu appoints the service chiefs. Who do you expect them to be loyal to? If every now and then they actually make it a point to actually remind Nigerians that they are loyal to the government of the day, you understand? So their involvement in politics in terms of appointment, they lobby for appointments to a very large extent, and so these actual lobbying, etc., could actually also be a threat to democratic stability. The other issue has to do with security sector reforms and the need for professionalism. There is no doubt that to a very large extent that the military have become politicized in many respects. Some of them transformed from uniform to agbada and were involved both in the legislature as well as governors, or even beyond that. Some were appointed as ministers. Does the change in uniform change the man in uniform? Even some of our presidents we had from 1999, we know that there were some complaints about how authoritative and how they were actually discharging the democratic, governance. But with respect to the reform of, security sector reform and professionalism, efforts were made on the return to democratic rule to be able to professionalize them. But that notwithstanding, The idea is to be able to reduce the military to civilian control. The extent to which this has been achieved is a matter of concern, okay? So how has civil-military relations impacted on democratic stability? To a very large extent, the military has continued to influence democratic institutions. How do they do that? For instance, they actually have to subject themselves for scrutiny from time to time. They have to defend their budget, even if it's in closed doors, okay? They've also been able to protect democratic institutions. At least since 1999, you agree with me that we've not had military interventions. Occasionally, we hear insinuations of threats in this regard. Number two, the military has played a role in terms of electoral processes. We've seen them involved in protecting civilians, sensitive materials during the elections. They transport and protect these materials. I was asked to. There have always been a fear of coup on the part of civilians. In fact, sometimes the ordinary citizens on the street are the ones also calling for coup. And I ask the question, is there a fear of coup in Nigeria? This is a matter we need to actually address. Another issue is the public perception and trust in the military. Because of the historical antecedents, Nigerians still have a perception towards the military up to today. We've seen the role of the military in terms of counter-terrorism in recent times, so they remain a very critical factor. You will agree with me that if we had left this issue of terrorism, banditry, etc., only to the police, I don't think we would have been where we are. The involvement of the military has ensured that we have remained safe. So we can count that as part of their contribution to ensuring that there is, we have the stable democracy, okay? The issue of resource allocation and funding has remained key. I wanted to add the budgets of defense from a certain period up to where we are now as a reference point. Now, resource allocation has remained an issue of concern because there are those who argue that we have to actually move more resources to defense at the detriment of some national priorities. So if we keep diverting resources of this nature there, then the democratic project is actually threatened, okay? Quickly, what have been the challenges in this regard to harmonious civil-military relations? First of all, internal security and military roles. The military have been dragged into internal security matters a lot. I think we need to strengthen the police to be able to do their own bits of security provisioning so that the military can concentrate on national defense-related matters, okay? What of the social factors, socio-political factors? The issue about loyalty up to today remains an issue of concern. The president appoints service chiefs in turn appoint those who are loyal to them. The question is, who are they loyal to? Added to that are other issues like ethnicity, ethnic loyalties, resource conflicts. How? There have been insinuations of the military involvement in, for instance, in the oil sector, particularly in the Niger Delta or South-South, whereby they are actually there to protect the oil facilities, and then there have been arguments of their involvement, and sometimes the alignment to regions and the exacerbation of conflicts. What of the religious dimension? These are issues that are actually of deep concern, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, on a whole, to bring this discussion to a conclusion, the issue about civil-military relations is actually important. There is need for actually efficient civil-military relations to be able to protect Nigeria's democratic rule. There's no doubt about that. However, in terms of the execution, how we understand civil-military relations determine what we focus attention on. As I said earlier, for the military, when you hear, oh, Department of Civil-Military Relations doing this and that, what they are referring to is how they strengthen their relationship with the civilians. And in most cases, in the national context, they focus more in terms of what kind of roads can we provide for these people? What kind of healthcare can we provide for these people? What bridges are we building? Or community service in most cases, they build taps here. They provide one-day health sensitization or something here and there. This is their interpretation of civil-military relations. But with respect to the discourse of today, which is in terms of how civil-military relations affect Nigeria's democratic stability, our core concern is to the extent to which the civilian population is actually able to exert control over the military, and so that in turn the military can ensure that there's democratic stability. And so far, the presentation has been able to highlight the prospects as well as the challenges. On this note, I want to bring the presentation to conclusion and to thank SPSP, the executive, and all of you are online here for actually finding me fit to come and share my thoughts, at least modestly, in this particular regard. And to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. While you were speaking, Professor Albert came in. He's online with us now. Why we brought in this module was to let people know, that in trying to be involved in interventions, community projects, community interventions, humanitarian interventions, you may need at some point to meet with situations where you have to deal with security agencies. So a background into civil military relations will let us have an idea of why. So that is what Professor Wapmok has just done, is giving us insight and background into civil military relations, the historical dimensions, and he used the authorities theory, which control theory, talk about the nation and the state, and he explained also how so far so good in some instances, situations where the police are supposed to be intervening, the military is there, but he explained and he made more mention of the fact that we need more civilian control of the military. So at this juncture, we want to open the floor for comments and interventions and questions, which Professor Wapmok will answer. And immediately after we've answered all questions, Professor Albert will take the floor. So questions from the House, please. The floor is open. Please feel free to ask your questions.
Question, please.
Do you have any questions in the House?
Yes,
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Looking at the topics, military civil relations. I think for me, the first concern that came to mind is in the context of conflict and peace building, how would the military civil relation be? And I didn't get to hear much about that. And I think because a society is concerned about conflict intervention and peace building, I was hoping we can get a clearer picture of that within the broader context of what is also
Okay. Thank you so much for your question. Professor Wapmok, would you like to answer his question? Admin, please help me. He has a network issue. Can you please mute on 5C? Professor Wapmok, you have the floor, sir. Response to his question.
He asked the question that concerning the dimension of conflict and peace building, how will civil military relations be?
Security and peace.
Okay, let me see. Okay, sorry for that. We'll meet him now.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. His question is with respect to conflict as well as peace building measures, what's the nature of civil military relations? Well, I just alluded to that shortly, since the focus was not majorly on just conflict and peace, peace building. But even so, civil military relations in this context actually takes the form of the need cooperation between the civilian components as well as the military components. It's no longer news that the military, the Nigerian military particularly, if we use the local context as a point of reference, that the military has been involved in many conflict theaters in Nigeria, okay? And that they've always actually sought the support of the civilian population wherever they find themselves. But even before highlighting how the nature has been, you can agree with me that the tendency is that when the military come in, because they might not be from that area totally, they come in as standing on one side and the civilian component viewing them from another side. Okay, the harmony takes time to be built. Sometimes the military have to actually ensure that the organized programs to be able to pull in to be able to build a network of relations with the civilian components before they do that. I recall the discussion we had in JOS, Operation Safe Haven, and they were actually made us understand that initially when they started work, there was this perception. People who saw them coming, they started packing their load and leaving a particular area. So they needed to actually assure them that, look, we are here to support you, to protect you, not to come and harm you. And against that backdrop, they made them to understand that we can only work for you if you are able to provide us with the necessary information we need to be able to provide that form of protection. You understand? So there has to be that synergy between the two parties. Okay. Now, this happens in conflict settings whereby you need to bring the necessary stakeholders. By this, I mean both traditional rulers, you need to bring civil society actors. You also need to bring together the youth groups, women groups, to be able to identify with the workings of the military. Now, within that particular facet too, the military also gets involved in trying to win the hearts and minds of the people. You find situations whereby sometimes they get involved in terms of trying to provide healthcare, providing water supply, rescue operations. We've seen situations, for instance, in the Northeast, whereby they are the ones who rescue mothers, children, etc., and bring them back home. Some have been in the dens of terrorists for a very long time. They are able to actually rescue them and carry them on their backs and bring them back home. So the narrative is not just about the abuse of rights of the citizenry. You understand? We are not denying the fact that that happens in some places that have to do with conflict. But part of their role in winning the hearts and minds is to ensure that, look, they also actively get involved in peacekeeping, peace building processes. Okay, so they are also actors involved in this to a very large extent in terms of trying to ensure that the necessary infrastructure, institutions, etc., are actually reviewed so that peace can be restored to conflict-ridden areas. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, I'm with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you. Okay, I was going to take one more question, but I think at this juncture, okay, let me just take just one more question. Do you have any more question before Professor Albert? Professor Albert, anybody has one more question? Professor Albert takes the floor. Any question? Okay. Okay, at this juncture, let me have the singular privilege of welcoming. Let me see if Mr. President is online. I'd have loved you to do the. Okay, let me do it myself then. Of welcoming Professor Albert.
I'm online, Doctor. I'm online.
Okay, please. I'm giving you the preview. You can now help me thank Professor Albert and welcome Professor Albert. I think that's better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really cherish the opportunity to welcome Professor Albert at this hour and to give a bit of information to our distinguished participants that Professor Albert stepping aside to join us this afternoon hasn't been an easy decision. He's involved in a process that is very time-consuming. Today was not free time for him at all. But when today we told him what he is here to do is not something that we can let somebody else easily fit into the shoes, he understood with us. Because we also are aware that a number of you are here and you want to listen to Professor Albert himself, not just about the competent presentation, but you want to listen to the legend, and the legend is here for us to interact with him. Professor Albert is the founder of Society for Peace Studies and Practice. Recently at the Nigerian Defense Academy, Professor Albert was inducted into the Hall of Fame. And we did that recognizing that it's a very well-deserved honor. The journey of the year 2019, journey of reflection upon how to engage in peace scholarship, how to take on peace practice issues, how to engage in a manner that makes sense. Hopefully, during his presentation today, we're going to get a glimpse into how this ought to be done. Professor Albert, we're happy to have you this afternoon address this very colorful and distinguished set of inductees today. You were not here in the morning when introductions were done, but let me just hope that in half a minute, I can just give you an idea, the participants we have at this induction workshop. it's been a special privilege that between July and now we're having 3 inductions into the society, but this one stands apart as a very special one. Whereas the first was at the General Assembly, and the second was at the National Institute for Security Studies, together bringing in more than 100 members. Today is an induction ceremony that brings people from the academia. We have distinguished professors here today, deans in the universities, heads of national and international organizations, members of security forces, persons that have served as special advisors to their governments, and members of the legislators in their various constituencies. It's a very colorful gathering today, and we hope that it's a special opportunity to learn from you on this very important topic of community engagement in the management of security challenges. I'd like to stop at this point so that the legend can take over. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. President, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. I can hear you very well.
Okay, let me start by thanking you for putting this induction forum together. As I rushed in here to check my computer, I saw 56 participants, and I think that is lovely. More and more people are showing interest in the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. We've so far held 2 meetings since I came to Kano. We are doing the second one today, and more people are asking questions on how to join the society. So I commend everybody that is part of this induction, and I celebrate the leadership of SPSP for this innovation, because in the past we insisted that inductions can only be done at the General Assembly. But I think we've come up with something that is innovative. And now I have to thank Professor Woolmark for his presentation, because part of the questions he asked rhetorically were asked yesterday, and the questions are still being asked by those we are interacting with. How do we get the police to reclaim the space that belongs to it? How do we strengthen our military? How do we promote interagency collaboration and coordination? So these are questions that must be answered. And the more we get answers to them, the more we strengthen the security of this country. But I want to key into what Professor Woolmark said by actually arguing that security management is all about the people. It's all about our communities. And I think it's within this framework that one will consider the subject matter of community engagement to be crucial, to be critical, to be fundamental, to be vital to the protection of the nation. And therefore, the topic that has been given to me is community engagement in the management of our security challenges. And I'm sure that since we started this engagement in the morning, we must have called attention to different security challenges that we have in the country. We are calling them challenges because they are surmountable if we take the right step. Next slide. Or do I load my slide from here? Next slide, please. Okay. Now, the security threats generally that I said we should be giving attention to: insurgency, terrorism, state crimes, transnational organized crimes, environmental security, security problems. Now, all these problems manifest largely at the community level. We have different anti-insurgency measures, but they all have to do with security securing
We're
our
done already.
Please mute.
Yeah, great. Yes, sir. Okay. So you convene. Yeah.
Please.
So our line.
Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Please let me load my PowerPoint and Can you see me? Hello? Can you see me?
Yes, sir. We can see you, sir. Your slide is
It's
still
Can you
loading.
see me?
We can see you.
Okay, so I should continue with my PowerPoint.
It's loading.
Okay. Okay. So it's loading or it has loaded?
It has loaded now. It's loaded now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, in responding to all these security challenges that we are discussing, you have three important legs. There are things that security agencies should do. There are things that political leaders should do. There are things that our economic systems should do. Now, Nigeria is in big trouble because one, we are not getting it right with our security management. Secondly, we are not getting it right with governance. Thirdly, we are not getting it right with our economic, the management of our economy. But the summary of it all is that the three legs are calling attention to one important factor. And what is that important factor? The safety and security of our communities. So when our villages and towns are secure, then you say there is that you have security in the country. Now, most of the time when I come to meetings, including the one I'm attending here, everybody is talking about security and focusing only on the role of the military, the role of the police, and other paramilitary security agencies. Most of the time, we are quiet about the role of leadership. Most of the time, we are quiet about how we are managing or mismanaging the economy. Now, when you take a critical look at the society, you will realize that we have three levels of possible engagement. Our leaders are up there, the so-called ruling elite. And then this ruling elite issue orders to the working class, the bureaucratic elite. For those of you who are in political science, these are the people who implement our laws, who serve as the middle point between the grassroots communities and the leaders. And then, of course, you have the grassroots communities. Now, community engagement has to do with the three levels. But today, we will focus more on the grassroots, the grassroots engagement. Because when Professor Walmart was actually concluding his presentation, he talked about the whole approach. And when you're talking about the whole approach, you're talking about whole government approach, the whole of society approach, the whole of nation approach, the whole of nations approach. So you have different approaches. But I will not go deep into the approach, the totality of everything that we have to say on the approaches. But my focus is on engaging the communities, engaging people who are far away from Abuja, engaging those who are going through these security challenges, engaging those who are paying taxes to terrorists, engaging those who are killing our policemen and women, engaging those who are hungry, engaging those who come to the street to stage protest and who are tried I can't remember what they are tried for. Now, we are saying that these grassroots people carry the burden of the society. I saw them in Abuja, people actually looking, picking food from unholy places to eat. And this is because the little they do can no longer feed them. Now, definition, I tried in this PowerPoint to provide a definition of community engagement, which I said is a process of working collaboratively with communities, with the grassroots people, with the ordinary person, working with them, one, to define their security challenges and to discuss how collaborative mechanisms will be put in place for actually dealing with the problem. We need to bother ourselves with community engagement. We need to, because those feeling the problems are at the community levels. You know, when people say terrorists killed or are killing, most of the time, you know, we read this in the media. But those going through the problems, they are there in our communities, actually facing the problems. Many of them have been displaced. They have left their communities. They are in IDP camps or refugee camps, being subjected to all kinds of indignities. Now, these are the people that we really want to engage when we discuss community engagement. Sorry that these pictures are really blocking the power of this thing. Now, I have a statement here from Gunaratnan, who is a big UN person. And in the PowerPoint, he actually said, since September 11, that the most critical issue that we need to discuss and place emphasis on is community engagement, because communities are the ones going through the problems, you know, and we need to get closer to these communities and actually understand what they are going through, and then look for ways of assisting them. I have too many pictures. Okay, now in the United Kingdom, there is a project called Communities Can Defeat Terrorism. It's a model that the British, you know, innovated, and this approach we have taken to different types, you know, parts of Africa. Now, the central argument of the maxim of communities can defeat terrorism is that no institutional policies, whether global, continental, regional, or national, against violent extremism and terrorism will work without the support of local communities. This is because it is at the community level that young people are radicalized into violent extremism, and the perpetrator of violent extremism carry out their attacks, hide themselves and their weapons. It is at community level that the victims of the attacks are buried, catered for in refugee and IDP camps, and the people struggle to recover from the stress, physical, mental, psychological, and social effects of violent extremism and terrorism. So this scholar and this document is actually saying that the most important thing we need to take into consideration now is community engagement. How do we reach the communities? Now, in my own scholarship, I've gone beyond this general labeling, you know, community engagement as something that is fixed, you know. Now, the one that is most, you find in most discourses or even extant literature is the physical and environmental community. You know, in this case, the community is Ibadan. The community is Abuja. I mean, at that level, you are actually saying community engagement is the extent to which you're able to engage Kano. But there is what we also, in my own scholarship, there is what I call political community. You can be in Kano and belong to different political interests and generate security problems. And therefore, if we come to Kano with a project on community engagement, we are not just dealing with the city of Kano. We want to deal with different, you know, political interests in the community, because until you're able to harmonize all the interest in that community, you might not be able to help it, you know, most especially when you are dealing with security management. Then you deal with social community. This refers to the structures, institutions, and relationships in the town or village. This includes faith and conflicts. I mean, I was reading a document recently where one person said the Yoruba people are united and whatever. And then there was, a critic who said, no, Yoruba people are not divided. The Muslims are always saying this, the Christians are always saying this. So at that level, you are saying that Yoruba people might look like a united community. But when you use the framework of social community engagement, then you have to break that society into social brackets and then engage them at different levels. Then you have economic community. Then you also have communities of impact. Those who are feeling the problem as different from those who are creating the problems. That is what we are doing if you are using the framework of communities of impact. And then you have the virtual community. People who have never met physically, but who are meeting online, and they represent a community that you have to engage. They belong to different ethnic groups, they belong to different religious groups, but they have a common agenda, and you have to engage them. And then there is what we call emerging community. Emerging community, I picked it from a book that I read in my in my graduate class, and that book was actually saying, or is saying, that you can actually create your own community for yourselves. Those that belong to you and those that you don't want to see. You label them, you create problems around, and you pigeonhole them into all kinds of problems. So you have emerging community. So for us, in the field of peace and conflict studies, we need to get sophisticated with our analysis of what constitutes community. And until you do that, you might not be able to come up with any credible project on community engagement. Now, you have context of community engagement. Violent extremism, we say, is local because everybody says no, security is local. So this compels you to do what is called actionable community intelligence. You need to understand the community very, very well. Democratic consolidation need to bring governance closer to the people, emphasis on conflict prevention and peace building by inclusion, limitation of using force. I've actually been discussing this for the past 2 days, and I think we're very successful. Now, at letting people know that the most important thing you want to do is to secure the state. You want to keep Nigeria peaceful, and you don't have to be locked up mentally in the belief that the only way you can do it is by locking people off, killing them, or using force. What we want to see is for the society to be peaceful. And so we need to get out of our military rule mentality of believing that until you use force, a problem is not solved. Now, I tried here to call up, attention to APSA, and I think I'm pushing the argument too far. APSA is the African Peace and Security Architecture. It spells out, things that we have to do in the realm of peacemaking, peace picking, peace building, preventive, which is an African Union framework. What it is saying is that the communities must be engaged. And when we are not able to engage the communities, then you have what we are having in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali today. The communities have been abandoned. Therefore, you can actually have some military people who will come and harvest them and use them according to their whims and caprices. So then you have Agenda 2060. I'm also taking this continental. Agenda 2060 is, I think 2063 is what we call the Africa we want. Now, when you look at the Africa we want, it's an interesting document that is saying that we want Africa to be like this. But when you read the document very well, it leaves the communities out. It leaves the people out. It is a continent that African leaders want to see, and it is a continent that African leaders would like to dominate. And I think that is my argument with Agenda 2060 or 2063. Then you have Agenda 2030. I mean, that is the general SDP goals. When you look at SDP goals, they address the issue of community engagement. How do you engage the people through, environmental management and so on? But you will notice that Agenda 2030 is not too popular with political leaders, because in it, you do not see things that are benefiting the elite. What you rather see are things that the elite must do for communities. And that is why most of the time, you do not see any strong emphasis on the SDGs. We just did a book in honor of our board chair, Professor Bogoro, focusing on Nigeria's SDG. And those of you that have read that publication, you will see that we do not treat SDGs well in this country. And it partly explains why the people are, in some cases, subversive or not too close to the state, because it's like they have been rejected and they too don't want to stay too close to their leaders. Now, when we're looking at community security, which is okay, I try here to give us the matrix, what we call Abraham, the Maslow's hierarchies of needs. You will see different activities, things that should be done for our communities. The lowest and the most important, the physiological needs. Do the communities have food? Do they have water? Do they have warmth? Do they have rest? Do they have belongingness? Do they have self-actualization? Now, when you apply the 5 levels to an African community, you will realize that our communities are not properly engaged. Our communities have been abandoned. And this, in my own analysis, explains why we have many security problems. The people have no food to eat. They have no water to drink. There is no security. There is no safety. I mean, in Kano here, all hotels are using generators. And you can imagine the amount of diesel that hotels will use from morning. I mean, it's 24 hours. The hotel where I'm staying, 24 hours electricity. With our power, the national grid has collapsed. Now to fix it, terrorists are preventing them from fixing it. So there is security, you have security, the safety needs of the people are not met. Then you say spirit of belongingness and love. You do not shun political structures. They said, look, we don't want to bother about political structures because we have been abandoned. Nobody is engaging us. Then self-esteem. Many have lost self-esteem. I was actually explaining to some people in Abuja last week. I was in Abuja last week, meeting with people at the National Assembly. And I was reporting part of what I saw. When I visited some parts of Northern, have migrated away from their communities because of lack. And the imam of one of the communities told me that, because I asked him, these people who have left, where are they? He said they are beggars. They have gone to cities all over the country. They are beggars. And he said only few of them are successful. And I said, these few successful people, what do? He said they ride Okada. And I felt very touched. I felt very touched that a successful person is displaced from his community and he goes to other parts of Nigeria to become a beggar. And then if he's said to be successful, he's riding Okada. So Now, when communities are abandoned like this, the lesson for us, those of us who are in the field of peace and peace studies and practice, is to begin to develop new methods of engaging them. How do we engage them? How do we reach these people? And with what kind of message? Because they need message of hope. But as we're told sometimes, message of hope will not put food on your table. So the question is, as practitioners, peace practitioners, how can we engage the communities and make them to become patriotic, to become proud of themselves, to become useful citizens of the country, to become part of a law and order society? And to me, the answer to this is that those of us who are doing peace work, we must create a strategy of engagement with our political leaders. And that is why I'm saying community engagement is not a fix, it's not as fixed as you see some people saying when they talk about it. There are different levels of engagement. There are several people I could talk to. I mean, just a few weeks ago, people were showing pictures of some Nigerian leaders, Nigerian leaders that, they took that picture in the 80s. And I could see in the pictures that 4 of them are former heads of state. I can go to them, walk to them, talk to them about Nigeria, tell them, advise them. Now, the question is that each and every one of us in this society, we have people we can talk to. But the question is, if I go, for example, to Absalam or Babangida, is he going to give me money that I will take back to these communities that I saw when I was doing my field work? If they are not going to give me money, and if they give me money, how much are they going to give me? So the question is, how do we link the state and society? We need to link the state and society. That is the most important community engagement for me, because our communities have been so long abandoned. Now we go to the next PowerPoint that is talking about a statement made by General Buratai, a former chief of army staff. And he said the situation, he was referring to the security situation of Nigeria. He said the situation is that of asymmetric warfare. It is a complex operation. It is something that started more than 30, 40 years ago. They have penetrated communities both in Nigeria, Chad, Niger. I mean, he was referring to Boko Haram. 5 local governments in Borno State cannot have good access roads since independence till now. So, meaning that those Borno State communities have been abandoned. It's not the same thing in the Northwest. There are so many ungovernable spaces, and until those locations are penetrated with the right infrastructure and amenities, then we will carry everybody along, and education is very fundamental. These are the realities. The truth must be told, because this cannot end at the dictates of time and may take another 20 years. And that is the truth. So he's saying that what we're going through now might take another 20 years. He made the statement about 4 or 5 years, immediately he left as chief of army staff. He said, only the military is seen to solve this thing, but it is not. Military alone cannot solve this action. In the first place, it wasn't the military that started it. Now, he's taking us back to the analysis I did at the early stage of this project, in which I said, to solve this problem, you have the political leg of engagement. You have the political leg of engagement. You have the economic leg of the engagement. But anytime we meet, and I warned them in Abuja the last time I spoke, that we come only to discuss the security leg. And some National Assembly members said, look, if we have to discuss the security leg, then there's a need for us to also recognize the fact that we have 3 levels of government, or 3 tiers of government. Is it tier or level now? You have the executive, you have the parliament, you have the judiciary. Now, the parliamentarians said, look, our own role is limited to making the laws. Whether the laws are used or not used is a burden that we should push to the executive. But we reminded them that it is not enough for you to make the law. There is oversight function of the parliament. Then the question was asked, then why is the executive arm of the government, in most cases, not solving the problem, or in some cases, adding to the problems? Why is that our judiciary has now become a cash and carry structures? And people came up with all kinds of examples. Now, at the end of that discussion, I realized that the country is sick, and getting the society out of the sickness is for us to contribute more resources to community engagement. And I think this is why I'm in love with the present IG. You know, is investing heavily on community engagement. Part of what we're doing here in Kano is to actually get to our training institutions. You know, what do they teach? How are they teaching it? And how could what they are doing positively promote positive engagement of our society? We need to start from there. Because if we keep spinning out people that are not fully engaged and who are not ready for community engagement, we will come back here 10 years to still be discussing some of the things we're discussing here. Is a transformational agenda. We want to transform the society. We want the society to become more peaceful. You know, we want the society to be structured in a way that could support sustainable development. So we have to do it at different levels. And when we have as many problems as we have in Nigeria, you want to ask yourself, how should the government respond? The government may choose avoidance and deny. You know, it's like we know there is a problem, but we refuse to do anything about it. And questions were asked about what is going on in Kano. Questions asked about what is going on in Port Harcourt. And sometimes our leaders pretend as if they are not aware of what is happening. Now, it's like you have people beating your house, your building with hammer, and you pretend nothing is happening. Eventually, the house will crumble. So when we have as many, we have many security challenges in the country, we may choose to use avoidance and denial as our response mechanism. There is also strategic withdrawal. You know, state governments will say, no, we are not the ones that will solve it, or we did not create it, as I saw in Abuja last week. National Assembly members say, no, we didn't create the problems. Our own role is limited to making the laws. Strategic withdrawal, you are withdrawing from being part of the solution. I mean, for whatever reasons. Then third-party decision-making. You want to leave the matter to a third party that has the power to deal with the problems. For example, the judiciary. You are saying, okay, there are problems, let's push it to the judiciary. Now, the third-party decision-making framework in conflict management is based on the assumption that the third party you are taking the matter to will be just, will be transparent, will be accountable. In Nigeria, we are still asking questions about third party, whether you are referring to how police manages the police manage your problems, or whether the judiciary manage your problems, is a question that is constantly being asked. And for the judiciary, the Chief Justice of the Federation now has summoned a number of judges to say, look, this contradicting judgments you are passing, come and explain. You know, I think they are dealing with that, the judiciary. And for the police, the IG is putting different frameworks in place for actually calling its people back to order. And if it continues like this, I see a change. I see a change happening in the next 1 year. Then you have confrontation, the use of force. You know, Nigeria is a post-military society, and as you go around, you see people believing too much in the use of force, kinetic approaches. But now they themselves have realized that kinetic approaches have their limits and limitations. Kinetic approach will work if the military is the only one carrying weapons. The weapons that terrorists carry nowadays they are stronger than that of the military. You know, the military people are trained to adhere strictly to the laws of armed conflict. Terrorists have no laws. Bandits have no laws. So, therefore, in that type of asymmetric conflict situation in which these people find themselves, you always have terrorists winning. This is because they use means that are not just. They use strategies that are not just. So if you place in front of them security people that have been properly trained, these security people will be, they will be adhering strictly to laws of armed conflict. Now they'll be facing people who do not respect any law. And that is why confrontation is not helping. And in my own scholarship, I've even broken confrontation into two. Are we confronting the problem or we are confronting individuals? Yes, we are killing Boko Haram members, we are killing terrorists. To what extent are we killing the causes of the problem? The things that produce the terrorists, what are they? Are we really killing these problems? Unemployment, unjust treatment of citizens, human rights violations, and so on. To what extent are we confronting them? So confrontation is not just only the use of force, but also the question around what are we really fighting? Are we fighting unemployment? Are we fighting hunger? You know, because when people come to the street to say we are hungry, we are protesting, and they misbehave, and we are trying them for treason. I mean, it is non sequitur. It is contradictory. Because a person that is hungry, if you try him for treason, you get him to prison and he'll begin to eat food there. So there's a need for you to invest on understanding why these people were on the streets, and then coming up with constructive engagement strategies. They constitute a community of interest. The question is, how do we engage them? Then the last one, which is our remit, which is our specialization in SPSP, is joint problem solving. I mean, you are referring to alternative, dispute resolution, strategic constructive engagement of the society. You are looking at different methods of engaging situations and communities, and any other forms of engagement that you have. And you have to construct the approaches according to the problems that you have identified. So in community engagement, there is no book where the strategies are written. You know, there are some strategies that are known, but you have to keep innovating, creating require strategic planning. You need to plan it. If I'm coming to engage the city of Ibadan, I need to start with a strategic planning circle. I know the goals. What is it that I want to achieve? Where do we seek to? Where are we going to? How do we get there? How do we measure success of our intervention? How did we do it? And what can we actually show the public as the result of our efforts? I mean, in the months to come, more and more trainings will be organized around some of these issues. Now, we have engagement questions and processes. For us in the field of peace and conflict studies, we are expected to go around with 6 questions. And as I go around the world, I carry these 6 questions with me. In the next few days, I'll be going outside Nigeria to meet 21 ambassadors. We are engaging them. Now, when I'm going to Nairobi, I may not go with my books, but I will go around, I will take with me these 6 questions. And I think all of us that have been inducted today should walk around with these 6 questions when we are solving problems. The first question is, what are the problems? What are the problems in the community that we want to engage or that we're engaging? Who is responsible for the problem? Where specifically is the problem? If there is a problem in Ibadan, it is not a problem that covers the whole of Ibadan. I need to understand the specific place where this problem is. And then the question is, how is this problem manifesting? When did this problem start? And where is it now? What you refer to as timeline in conflict analysis. And then the last question is, and so what? The question, and so what, is what problems have been created as a result of all these issues we are looking at? What are the impacts? And then the most important aspect of and so what is, now you as a specialist, what are you ready to do? Now, when you say what I'm ready to do is to avoid, when you say what I'm ready to do is to strategically withdraw from it, when you say what I want to do is to confront, when I say what I want to do is joint problem solving, we want to ask you what level of analysis led you to that intervention strategies. What analysis? So we expect you to behave not as a layman, but as somebody who is in a professional association that expects you to behave professionally and be responsible in your choice of actions. So these are the engagement questions. I carry them with me everywhere I go. This morning, as I was listening to presentation, I was looking at people, and then when I ask them questions, they come from these 6 areas of interest. And then you have what is called stakeholders engagement approach. Engagements, you design your engagement strategy, you have your stakeholders mapping, you have preparation, engagement, and action plans. No, this PowerPoint will be given to all of you. And then you have, I call attention to a number of things that we need to when you are doing community engagement. When you are doing community engagement, it should not be a 4-1.
Okay, I think network is trying to get out. I'm very sure he's trying to join. He's trying to connect back on his slides on community. Albert. One of the things we promise everyone is that the slides you will send, in fact, we'll put all the slides on the platform immediately we'll finish, so that we immediately have access to those slides and be able to follow with what has been also. Okay, Professor Albert is back. Okay, go ahead, sir. Prof, go ahead, sir.
Please check to see if he's muted.
I'm trying to check that now. Yes, he's muted. Professor Albert, please unmute, sir. You can unmute, sir. You are muted. Hello, Prof, sir, you are muted. Can you just mute?
Can you hear me now?
Muted. Yes, we can hear you now, sir. We can hear you now.
Hello?
We can hear you now, sir. We can hear you. We can hear you now, sir.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, yes, sir. We can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Can hear you now.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello, Prof.
Go ahead,
We
sir.
can hear you,
Can you hear me?
Hello, Prof. We
Yes,
can hear
okay,
you.
we can hear you. Okay. So what I'm saying is that community engagement is based on a number of principles. The first one is that you have to be open. There's no hidden agenda. You must be truthful. It must be broad-based. It must be based on deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy is to say is that you are doing it by agreement with the people. It's not an imposition. Then you must be responsive and responsible. You must be competent. That is to say, don't start it if you are not properly trained. And then you must be fair to all necessary stakeholders. Now, in the process of your community engagement, there are a number of things that will be used to assess you. One, attention must be coming from an institution that
Okay, I think his network has thrown him up again. Goodly, when I just checked his slide, he's on the last slide already, which means it's time for questions and answers, more or less. So once Prof comes on again, he will just he will do a recap of what he's done and then perhaps conclude. After that, we'll take. I was thinking, hoping we'll take questions before we go for break. Our break is scheduled for exactly 1:50. So that we could take 10 minutes to just walk around. And then by 1 o'clock, we'll have Professor Adio Moses take us on building trust. But I'm looking, I think Professor Albert's network has thrown him out. Okay, Daji, you are online. Sorry, sir. You have the floor, sir. You know you're online.
Well, what the SecGen was saying was that if we were able to get Professor Albert back, we will take 1 or 2 questions because this paper is something else. If you ask me, we have all benefited and we are still benefiting from Professor Albert. He is the main man and the main person to listen to in this field, and particularly this area of stakeholder engagement is so new and so vast. And for us in Nigeria, you will agree with me that we have so many crises and conflicts that we need stakeholders to really come in. But if we don't get Professor Albert back, like Dr. Larry was saying, just for at exactly 1:55, so that Dr. Adio Moses will take her paper.
Professor Adio Moses.
Professor Adio Moses, yes. Professor Adio Moses. Let me not be a party to any demotion. Thank you. We'll just hold on a bit and see if we can get Professor Albert back.
Dr. Kudu, with your permission, let me just invite everybody to feel free to drop their questions on the platform. Because the questions and comments you may drop could easily also inform further reflections on regarding the presentation. So please, for every presentation that has been made today, feel free to drop, not on the Zoom here. For Professor Albert, drop on the Zoom here. But for every other presentation as well, please drop it on the platform where you are, the SPSP Prospective platform, indicating who you are addressing it to or who you are addressing the comment or question to, so that the presenters, we will share this with the presenters for further reflection. Some of your questions can easily contribute towards a formulation of new models to address issues that you consider important to you and to the society that we serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is our President SPSP, Mr. Nathaniel Aopila, FSPSP. And if you're just joining us, he said that, if you have questions, drop them on the respective platforms of the SPSP that you are in, and so that new models or strategic models can be formed for further. We listened very attentively. Isaac Olawale Albert, FSPSP, founder SPSP, on community engagements and of course stakeholder engagement at the same time. But in the next minutes, we will be inviting Professor Adio Moses, Ruth Adio Moses. She will be talking to us on engaging and managing humanitarian initiatives. She with me, it's almost a follow-on community engagement. How do you engage and manage humanitarian initiatives? How do you even, what are humanitarian initiatives in the first place? I know you will say that we have like the NEDC, the NDDC, and several others, but there are several others who will hear from her. So any moment we will introduce her. In fact, let me warmly welcome Professor Ruth Adio Moses to take the floor, because it's almost 2 o'clock. Professor Ruth Adio Moses, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello.
Good afternoon, Prof. We can hear you loud and clear.
Good afternoon.
We cannot hear you.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here, and I welcome all prospective fellows and members of our great organization, the Society of Peace Practice. Thank you. Good afternoon. I will come back. What? Hello.
Hello, ma. We can hear you, ma. We can hear you. Your network was breaking at some point, but I think we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm asking. Continue.
Ma, your network is. We can barely hear you. I don't know if it's from me.
I don't know whether this network is from me.
No, it's all over. I think you can continue. It will stabilize. It's Prof. Continue. It may stabilize at some point.
Okay. So I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you can hear me properly. Can I go on?
Please go on, Prof. Go on. Go on.
Okay. I want to say a big thank you. Professor Albert has done a very good job. In fact, he has made my work very, very easy. Professor Albert has made my job very, very easy. So what I want to do now is basically more like and appreciation of community, a continuation of where he stopped, and that is engaging and managing humanitarian interventions in Nigeria. I just need some minutes to, okay, good. So I don't know, I'm sharing my slide. Can you get, do you have my slides?
Yes, we can see them. You are on the introduction, I believe.
Yes, introduction. Yes, I
ma'am,
want to start by, yes, I actually want to start, the person I introduced, the moderator stopped. So what are humanitarian interventions? They are critical and disasters, life, dignity, and effective engagement and management of these interventions are, crucial to saving lives, alleviating suffering, and promoting sustainable recovery. Nigeria now more than ever before is serious, not only, in fact, poverty right now is a major disaster, humanitarian. So in all the issues that Professor Watts raised, I will just head and information in humanitarian, what we'll be doing today is of humanitarian managing so what are the objectives and managing humans in Nigeria? What are those key objectives? Number one, basically to save lives and protect vulnerations, especially protecting vulnerable population of that is one engaging human intervention. Just finally coming up and we're doing that, but right to do at that point enough. It's something. Then to support
your network is breaking seriously. We can hardly hear you.
We cannot hear her. We can't hear her.
Seriously breaking, man. Prof, man, can you maybe change to other network? That network is
We
not.
can't hear her at all.
I was not hearing her is a phone.
The network has thrown her out. I think she's trying to get another, maybe to change it to another network entirely.
So I don't know what the Secretary General and President would suggest. Either she continues and then if she can change her net.
You're also breaking, sir.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so we are trying to reach out to her. Someone has got to meet to see if we can reach out to her. And once we do that, so that she can change her network and deliver.
Is it better now?
Slides.
Is it better now?
Yeah,
Yes, better, ma.
yeah.
Better.
Hello?
Yes, it's better now. You can hear you now.
Okay.
We can hear you now, Prof.
Okay.
You may have to recap from the beginning.
Okay, from the beginning.
I think so.
Okay,
yes,
well,
yes.
I was trying to talk. I was trying to share, look at the the key objectives of hello.
Go ahead, Prof. Go ahead, Prof.
Yes, I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to share my slide actually. Yeah.
You are on key objectives, and we can see that.
Yes. Sorry, I need to. Okay, good. So I was saying earlier that the key objective of humanitarian engaging. Just a moment, please. Engaging. Okay, I just changed. I'm sorry, I just changed my network. Is it better now?
It's good now. Very good.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Very good. Okay now.
Okay, I just changed my network. I'm sorry for that. So I was trying to say that the key objectives of engaging and managing humanitarian interventions, is to save lives and protect vulnerable populations, to provide emergency assistance and relief, support recovery and rehabilitation, promote sustainable development and resilience. Now I'm going back to providing emergency assistance and relief. Now, that is what we do a lot in Nigeria. We wait for these things to happen and then end up having a lot of humanitarian situations, and then we're providing relief. But what's the relief we're providing? It's right. Whether we've looked at the group properly before providing this relief is another issue entirely. And in the course of this presentation, we are also going to look at that. So, what are the key principles of engaging and managing humanitarian interventions in Nigeria? Number one, humanity, saving lives and alleviating suffering. Two, neutrality. Like I said here, Professor Albert had done a good job, and part of his presentation actually addressed some of the issues I'll be raising here. Neutrality, that is impartiality and independence. In our interventions, has it been like this? Is this what we do? Impartiality, that is non-discrimination. These are the principles. Independence, that is autonomy and self-governance. So humanitarian is suffering adhere to these principles. Nigeria right now faces numerous humanitarian challenges, that you agree, and most of those are also mentioned by Professor Albert earlier. Conflict, fire clashes, flood and natural disasters, flood especially right now. Food insecurity right now. All so that issue these humanitarian issues, crisis when they begin to surface. These are very times, especially in Nigeria, and remove petrol on human beings, especially in Nigeria, is into humanitarian challenges. Affect us and disasters and all the other issues and challenges we are going to mention. So what the key
that network is up again.
It appears we have lost her again.
Yes.
It appears we have lost Professor Adiomozi.
Yes.
Can we call on Dr. Abiola Adimula if she is standing by? Dr. Larry. Dr. Larry.
Dr. Larry,
Dr. Larry, okay, Mr. President, can we call on Dr. Adiola Adimula to take over if her network is better?
Dr. Larry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay, I'd like to confirm if Tosin is close to Professor Dio Moses.
She has got to meet her. She's already going to meet her now.
Okay, so I'd like to confirm a couple of things. One, if it is feasible for her to conclude the presentation as scheduled. On the other hand, if okay, I think she's back. Let's see if, but I will just mention the second option. The second option, if the network is troubling, would she consider doing a recorded presentation and sharing, and we can arrange an interactive session with all the participants at another time, just to keep an open mind. Since she's here, let's allow her to do the presentation, hopefully. Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, Prof, we can hear you.
Go ahead, Prof.
I'm so sorry with the net. I don't know what is happening to the network in my this area today. I'm actually in the office, and I don't know what is happening. I have two different networks with me. So, but if you can hear me, I think I can just go ahead with this presentation and just run through it quickly. So, what are the key humanitarian stakeholders? Yes, the humanitarian stakeholders are, as I have them in my slide, the National Emergency Agency, and depending on what type of crisis, they are usually lead agencies, depending on the type of humanitarian crisis we're dealing with. You have the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, UNCHA, and then International Committee of the Red Cross. You also have non-governmental organizations. We have local authorities and a lot of NGOs and local authorities that are key humanitarian stakeholders. I'm going to talk about quickly, I will be running through this because of network issues, humanitarian intervention phases. These are preparedness and prevention, response and relief, recovery and rehabilitation, development and sustainability. Now, the phase of preparedness is one phase that we have not taken serious in Nigeria. How prepared are we for disasters? How prepared are we for humanitarian issues when they arise? How prepared are we in responding to them? We would find out that we do more of response, like I mentioned earlier, than preparation. We hardly prepare, but we do a lot of response. The same, recovery and rehabilitation is also a major issue where Nigeria is also lagging behind. We do a little bit of that, but not too much. We forget so quickly. These things happen, and in no time we have forgotten. And then development and sustainability. These are all issues that we need to look at and address, especially as humanitarian interventions. So we must look at these issues and address them appropriately. When part of the assessment, you must do a need assessment. Come on. The sense of need as humanitarian intervention emphasized is a case of putting a round hole down peg. You give sanitary pads,
It appears we have lost Professor Adi again.
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Neji, honestly. Okay, Prof. Go ahead, Prof.
Yes. Yes, the specific interventions. And then leadership would look very, very important because they know problem is, they go a long way in helping that build with local cultural sensitivity. Not just cultural sensitivity, we bring in region, other very important issues at a point like this. So ensuring cultural sensitivity and community engagement, very important. Professor Albert has spoken about community engagement and why we need community engagement. Coordinating agencies, this is very especially when engaging humanitarian intervention. So what type of engagements do we talk about when we talk about humanitarian interventions? We have direct implementation, that is hands-on response to communities that need humanitarian interventions. We have partner-led implementations, that is collaboration with local organizations. We have remote management, that's oversight and support from afar. And then, of course, we have advocacy and policy. And it's important to establish clear objectives and indicators. Why is it important to establish clear objectives? You have in humanitarian interventions, the interventions are quite different for different groups. And these different groups responded to accordingly. It is very important to have a clear objectives. As monitoring and evaluation is also very important. What Professor Albert said earlier, what has been done, what are we doing, and all of that. It is very important to monitor interventions, to evaluate them, because of course, they come at a cost. So, and it is also important to know whether it's out to achieve, whether those objectives were achieved. And honesty is also very, very important. Managing logistics and supply chain, addressing security issues. These are all very important issues that must be addressed when managing humanitarian interventions. Managing humanitarian interventions, there are challenges, a lot of challenges, and probably the challenges are part of the issues why we seem not to right now in Nigeria. We are trying with a lot of things in Nigeria, but it seems like, completely. We have issues of insecurity and access, limited funding, coordination gap, coordination especially. Agencies come up with all sorts of things. One agency will come up to say, I'm the lead agency. The other one, there's always this issues of not working together. Is very in humanitarian intervention. Cultural and language barriers are also issues that we need to look at. These are all important challenges that we also need to look at, that are there. They are always there. We have more than what I have. About one community-led intervention is the best. Collaborative planning and coordination. It's always important when you bring in different groups and then you collaborate and execution, you always get better results. Adaptive and flexible programming. So you're knowing adapt to and be flexible on the ground, provide services that will be very, very useful. Evidence-based decision-making is also very important. And this, would come, research and experience sharing will come to research is best for what and how and when. So it is very important that from time to time, educational institutions embark on research that are related to humanitarian interventions and how best to engage and to manage humanitarian interventions, so that the outcome of this research will go a long way in helping to improve what we do and what we know. So local capacity building is also very, very important, and is something that we need to do from time to time. Build local capacity among community members, among humanitarian workers, and all persons that are related to humanitarian issues. Then what are the benefits of managing and engaging and managing humanitarian interventions, especially when it is done with best practices in our minds? One, it improves response effectiveness, enhance coordination and collaboration, increases local capacity and ownership. And then, in fact, when we talk about ownership, people tend to collaborate and enjoy whatever has been done if they are part of the solution. If there's a problem and people are brought to plan, especially in solving such problems, humanitarian problems, they own it and they enjoy it more, and you find more positive impacts in such programs. Then better accountability and transparency, like I said earlier, and that means that the resources might go a long way. The resources will go a long way in at least solving some of the humanitarian issues. Reduce humanitarian needs and risk. These are part of the benefit when we have proper engagement and proper management. So as I begin to round up, I decided to, all these issues are issues that I feel at the end of the day, if we have 1 or 2 minutes, we could actually respond to them. Policy recommendations such as we need to strengthen national humanitarian coordination and mechanism, increase funding for humanitarian responses, not just increase the funds, but set up a mechanism for monitoring and evaluating what these funds are used for, making sure that if funds are released for specific issues, humanitarian issues, they are used for those issues. Somebody must be accountable. So it's not just increasing the funds, but that the funds are also used appropriately. Enhance security measures for humanitarian workers. This is especially now with the issue of kidnapping. A lot of humanitarian workers are at risk. I belong to a society known as workers' risk, migrant workers, and full of kidnapping becoming unbearable, and that's an area that as a nation we need to look in, because if the workers are not safe, then there'll be a lot to be done. Promote community engagement, participation, then support local capacity building and empowerment. These are things that we need to look at, especially because I know amongst us online now, we have policy makers, and in formulating policies, we must look at issues that I have raised. They'll go a long way in improving how we engage and manage humanitarian interventions in Nigeria. Bring up some key sources where we could get more information concerning humanitarian interventions in Nigeria. And so, I think this is about my last, or I think almost second to the last slide. As I round up, I feel that we could do some little experience sharing if we have time, with the permission of the organizers. If there's time, we could do that. Share information.
You can go ahead, Ma'am.
Yes,
you
share
still have time, you can
information.
go ahead.
Okay, I would like us to share information involved crisis. And then we have a lot of international organizations that are in Nigeria, for humanitarian interventions. It is time we begin to look into what they do, how they do the things they do. Do they suit us? Does it suit us? Does it suit our culture? And how we can collaborate better with international organizations in order to yield positive, when the impact of humanitarian interventions, that we've been so questions I have raised here. We can first one in your area. That's in. So I'm leaving the floor open for us to do that right now. Maybe in another willing to share information. What they're involved in.
Dr. Kudu, the moderator, can I just chip in briefly?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Prof, your presentation is so important, knowing that you indeed who saw your topic advertised was looking forward to having a number of key questions addressed. Unfortunately, the network hasn't been friendly. You did all you could to do this presentation, but you kept being disrupted by an unfriendly network. And I don't want to presume to be speaking for everybody. Perhaps I'm speaking for myself, perhaps I'm speaking for the society, but what I want to ask is if you would be available, open to us organizing a special session to have this conversation with you again. And I'm thinking you and Professor Albert, for this reason, that Professor Albert's presentation could not end. Towards the end, we lost him. I know people would have wished to ask questions, but we lost him. And that was a presentation that addressed a lot of key issues. Incidentally, some of the things he said, you also hinted at them, and you also brought in the role of community engagement in your presentation as well. And in your presentation, you're asking very key questions that I'm sure we would love to discuss, but it could take us half an hour to really come up with some of the answers to the questions you posed, and hopefully others will pose. Personally, I have worked in the humanitarian sector, and I had the difficult responsibility of serving as a consultant to my state on humanitarian affairs. I know how difficult it is, and you asked a question that is key about the role of humanitarian actors in that space. And I have asked myself this question, said from the scholarly angle, it suffices not to include peace building or specific elements such as conflict sensitivity, ensuring that it features as one of the indicators for what happens in the humanitarian sector. But from the angle of somebody involved in, at some point in informing the policies of government and seeing what happened in the field, I'm asking myself, if you as an eminent scholar in this direction would offer an opinion about how to manage issues, issues of humanitarian response with regard to addressing some of the lacuna we see when we get to the field. It's a rough field. Everybody comes with resources. They want to do good work, but a lot of dirty work goes on there when everybody begins to engage. Good work, dirty work goes on there. So it's for these and other reasons that I'm wondering if, in addition to the space you have provided here, could we arrange a special session when the distinguished participants here, if those as many as are interested, could join to have a session with you and Professor Albert, ask questions, get your feedback, and hopefully come out with a policy brief, or come out with, just something we could share with stakeholders at the national level to say, SPSP sat with eminent scholars, reflected on these, and these are policy options that we want to present to key decision makers in the humanitarian sector. Would that be something you think we could explore? Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks a lot for the very clear and insightful presentation you did. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think that would be nice. I'll be available at just get back to me so I could check my my calendar. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. I was hoping the network would be nice so we could share experience, and then the lacuna you mentioned, we could actually address that lacuna as a group, because humanitarian interventions come with different challenges, and they should be have to see. So they are quite specific, they are quite unique. Humanitarian challenges in Benue might be different in Oyo State, so they come with different challenges, and then there are certain things, denominators that are the same. I thought so that's fine.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Prof, it appears we don't have questions from our people on platform. With that disposition of your availability, I think we can round it off now and move to the next presenter, if you don't mind. So you may want to just conclude.
Okay. Hello.
So Prof may want to conclude, and I believing that all other persons on the platform will now, if you like, keep their questions until that new opportunity that the president is going to create for all of us to listen to you and Professor Albert.
Okay. Right.
Are you there, Prof? Hello? Hello?
I think Prof is on the phone. So can I take your indulgence?
She is muted, so even if she's speaking, we wouldn't know because her mic is muted. Okay, she just...
Okay. Okay. I was thinking she should just round up.
Okay, yes. I would like to say that it is very important that as peace scholars, we come up with a position, just like our president said, concerning humanitarian interventions in Nigeria. And I also feel that humanitarian interventions in Nigeria should be localized in such a way that we know exactly what we are doing and for what situation. All this importation of ideas to our terrain sometimes do not work. So we need to grow our solutions. We know our problems, we need to grow our solutions. Sometimes we come up with, I have gone through a lot of humanitarian documents, you know, that guides humanitarian interventions. And some of the issues raised there are not local to us, they are strange to us. So we need to begin to look at our peculiar situations and then begin to grow solutions to these situations. And I think if we do that, we'll be able to overcome a lot of challenges, especially in terms of humanitarian interventions. Thank you.
Who are you?
Dr. Kudu. Dr. Kudu Abubakar, sir. Okay. I don't know. I think Dr. Kudu is up. This is exactly 2:37. I want us to take a 13 minutes break. By exactly 2:50, can we please converge back?
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Prof. For that insight, we want to have at least 5 should walk around. We will be listening to Dr. Abiola Adimula, SPSP, who will be talking to us on stakeholder engagement and partnership building for humanitarian interventions. Even also going to be another follow-up to Professor Adiomos' paper. So let's walk around now, stretch our legs, take some sips of some drinks or whatever. And when we come back in 10 minutes time, that will be 2:48. We'll introduce Dr. Abiola Adimola, present her paper. Thank you so very much. It's been wonderful so far and a very engaging day for SPSP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll convert back by 2:48. Please let's walk around. Let's take a cup of water. Let's take a drink if possible, or thereabouts. And if possible, you can also take a snack.
In how many minutes are we coming back, sir?
We're coming back at exactly 4:48. Sorry, 2:48. 48, yeah. Sorry, 2:48.
Sorry, I'm greeting my Oga, Dr. Abiola Adimola. You are welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
This is hello, ma.
Hello, sir.
This one. Am I speaking with Dr. Abiola Adimola?
Yes, I'm online.
This is Honorable Abdul. I'll call you by weekend.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
God bless you, man.
Nice family and your work.
We are fine. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's good to connect here.
Well, very good. I'm expecting your presentation, man.
It's my turn. The next one is my turn.
Yes. No, God
well
bless
done,
you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care, sir.